Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mad Lads Live. I hope everybody's doing well this evening. Oh man, my chat not functioning. It might be. I have no idea. I have to wait till somebody says something. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. No, it should be functioning. That's weird. Chat, where are you? Why not have a chat tonight? Hold on, guys. Free stream. That's something. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. All right. Chat's working now. Took a minute. For some reason, my chat was taking half a second to catch up. That's very weird. Anyway, aside from that, all right. So I figured I'd do something different today. It's a Sunday stream. I didn't have any plans. I'm not working on the Nugget Mafia or anything like that this evening, and so I wanted to do something that I haven't done on stream in a long time. I tried it once before, and it was a giant pain in the ass, and it didn't work out the way that I wanted to. But this was years ago, so we're gonna do it now that I have a better grasp on streaming. We're gonna actually do it again now, which is I'm gonna do a base build for you guys on live. We're gonna sit here for usually takes me about 2-3 hours, and we're gonna do a base build on live. So per usual, because this is what I do for every base build, I use Sekiro as my character because he is by default, just got crazy decent stats. I don't like using god stats where like their athletics is at fucking 10,000 because then they start to ice skate and that's super annoying. So I use Sekiro. He's just balanced enough to where I can get where I need to go without an issue. So, and he comes with enough storage space to make the base. So, all right. I have literally no idea where I'm going to build. I came into this evening kind of like with a more lax mindset than I usually do for a lot of my streams and stuff. I don't have a plan. I don't have anything like that. I have literally no idea what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, anything. So I'm just going to jump right in and kind of go where we go. If you guys have any opinions or ideas as to where you would like to see me build, maybe an area I haven't built before, I will go ahead and happily do that. I mean, I'm more than down for anything. But yeah, I kind of jumped into this with the idea that it's just kind of a more relaxed experience. You guys are going to watch me build do a large build in real time instead of sped up like you guys usually watch, and I'll kind of take you guys' advice on where you want me to build and all that stuff. Oh man. So, but we're gonna do a nice big ass build tonight, and I just don't know where we're gonna do it yet. Where is the head of? Where's the barman at? Is he upstairs? I gotta find a place to buy my the Leviathan coast. That is an option. There's some decent stuff up there. Hey Dragon, how you doing? How you doing? I think the barman's unconscious, isn't he? He's always unconscious. All right, it's fine. We'll just go up to Holy Nation territory. Yeah. Sorry. So we got one vote for the Leviathan coast. We got Stobes Gamble. Okay. YouTube's not liking my ad blocker, but I'm here now. I'm doing good, my friend. I'm doing good. Bone fields or high bone fields. I could do something in the high bone fields. An area with good amount of mountains actually lends to like a good amount of like peaks and valleys lends to an idea that I had in my head for earlier. But again, I'm down for whatever you guys want to do. I'm gonna build anywhere. Build anywhere. Iraq. Oh, a base in Iraq would be really tough. South Wetlands, Gray Desert, Purple Sands on the border of the South Wetlands and the Hook. Wow, these are all some really good options, guys. Really good options. A lot of really good options. All right, well, I am going to go buy some building materials so we can go ahead and get started. Oh shoot, the legend himself. Glad to catch the stream. I've been binging your vids like wild lately. Thank you. I'm glad to have you here. I appreciate it. I've got a general idea for the kind of build that I'm going for. So I'm kind of leaning towards an area, like I said, that has a lot of peaks and valleys, right? A lot of high areas, a lot of low areas, stuff like that. What's the architecture going to be like in Kenshi 2? Is it going to be more the same? It's going to be slightly more elevated than what we have now. So, I've seen, we've seen a couple of screenshots and a couple of like images and stuff of what Kenshi 2's architecture is going to look like. It looks like a more refined version of this. A lot of concrete foundations, concrete buildings. you know, but more like triangular, larger interiors, a little bit cleaner, just slightly elevated. That's all. Or that's at least what we've seen so far. I'm sure that there's going to be other types of architecture as well, but that's what we've seen. Um, Cannibal Plains. There's a horseshoe-shaped canyon next to the Cannibal Plains, just southeast. That's really fun to build. I've built there a couple times actually. In one of my early build videos, like in my building like short tutorials that I did, I think I made 9 of them. I did. I'm in the wrong building. I did a base there that was inspired by the Black Gate from Lord of the Rings. It's a boot shop thing. I have what I need. Where you at? Is this the mechanic general shop? They might have what I need. Are you gonna be building naturally and manually, or using the Shift F12? Shift F12. I'm gonna use the Shift F12. If I were to build naturally and manually, it's gonna take several episodes. But I'm gonna run this basically this. I'm gonna do this the same way that I do my long form build content, just in a live stream. That's the plan. So I'm gonna run it like I do with my long form build videos though. So basically, instead of those videos usually come out to be like 45 minutes to an hour. That's because I speed them up to 250%. So you guys see the shortened version. Um, but it usually takes me like 3 hours to do it. So I thought it would be cool to do this, do one of these on stream for you guys. Okay, so far I've gotten the most votes for the Leviathan Coast. Does anybody have any other areas that they are running to? Iraq. I've gotten 2 votes for Iraq. I've gotten 3 votes for the Leviathan Coast. It's leaning towards the Leviathan Coast. Does anybody have any objections, or how are we feeling? Do Iraq. I can do Cannibal Plains. We can do Leviathan Coast. Leviathan Coast. Yeah, we got some good spots for Leviathan Coast. All right, Leviathan Coast is what it seems to be the consensus. So we're gonna head up that way. Leviathan Coast it is. Make a treehouse in the gut. I'm still working on the treehouse. I have plans for a treehouse in a future video, but that one's gonna be one that I want to do off camera because it's gonna require, I mean, like on camera, but like off of live, because that one's gonna, frankly, it's gonna crash a shit ton, and it's gonna require some careful editing to cut out those areas that I crash in. Unfortunately, Kenshi, even though I can place down trees, does not like it when you place down trees. So it's gonna take a little bit of work on that one, but I can do it. I'm excited about it. I'm working on a treehouse. Just stay with me on it. Bear with me on it. All right, so it looks like Leviathan Coast is where we're headed to. So we're gonna sprint on up there. Take a minute to get up there. Treehouse is gonna be hell to make, I bet. Yeah, so I've worked on it a couple of times, and granted, my load order is a lot more stable now than it was the last time I worked on it. So I'm sure that'll help quite a bit. But yeah, the treehouse is intense because, effectively speaking, I have to manually place these giant trees, the ones from like the Burning Forest and the Shrieking Forest and all that stuff, and then I have to like level them down to support the buildings, because the buildings that I'm using would be swamp buildings because they have the platforms, and I think it would look better. I have to like level them down and then use those and like have them kind of like balanced on each other. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I'm currently working on a starter base. Any suggestions for a location that isn't Shem or Holy Nation territory? Yeah, Clog Islands. All jokes aside, starting your build there is a pain in the ass. But once you get set up there, you're right as rain, my friend. You're right as rain. You're not gonna have any issue. Not gonna have another issue. Oh boy, another base building series to go with my other Kenshi base building series. Excellent. Who else does Kenshi base building? I've been hoping for years that other people would be doing Kenshi base building. I've heard people do Kenshi like base building, like build here, and this is a good idea. But are other people doing base building videos like Shift F12 videos? I've truly been hoping for years that other people have been doing it. I've been trying to get other people to do it for years, but I haven't seen anybody doing it. Wonder why no one has tamed all the raptors in Kenshi. They seem like they'd be effective military-wise. Maybe they're stupid. Maybe. Have you considered that they're stupid? To be honest, reptiles are hard to train. All jokes aside, reptiles are actually really hard to train. In like the long term, they operate on a different like mindset and all that stuff. All right. Dum Dum Raptors. Dum Dum Raptors. That's what it is. No, I just if they are reptilian, which I mean they probably are, like reptiles and stuff, and all of that, they don't think the same way, and they are they're hard to train. Like they're actually quite difficult to train. Oh, we could do something in obedience too. That's always an option. Obedience or the Leviathan Coast. Although obedience is going to be a little bit annoying. I mean, we can do both. I could figure out both. I could work with both. Terrifying display, guys. Terrifying display. Look at this place. Ooh boy. Ashlands for the best starter base. Trust. Don't trust him. He's playing you for a fool. Don't trust Dragon. Ominous. Very ominous. Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple people tell me that they, what is it? I made my short a couple weeks ago about how I believe that the behemoths were screaming, and I had a couple of people that were like, they went down there willingly. I mean, yeah, they went down there willingly, but I don't think they realized they were going to die, because if they did, they wouldn't be this wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have happened. Them reaching and trying to pull themselves out. They were clearly trying to pull themselves out. So I don't know. All right, we're working our way up towards Leviathan Coast. Fun fact, don't think I've ever done a base in the Leviathan Coast, not that I can recall anyway. They went down there willingly, and then they were melted, but they didn't go down there knowing they were melted. I proposed a theory a couple of years ago about, like, what if the reason that the skeletons hide the events of the First Empire was because basically it was out of shame because the behemoths chose to decommission themselves. But, like, I didn't fully subscribe to it. It was just proposing, like, a potential idea. No, I think they went down there. I think they willingly went down there, but they did not realize they were going to be decommissioned. I don't think that was something they realized was going to happen. No. You guys get to see the full deal, the full deal of me running all the way to a location and then setting up. I'm sure because we're going to be saving and reloading and using Shift F12 throughout this video, I'm going to crash a couple of times, but that's okay. That's okay. How's everybody's weekend? I haven't streamed since Thursday. How's everybody's weekend? I take Friday, Saturdays off. So how was everyone's Friday, Saturday? Crashing a couple of times is part of the Kenshi experience. You're goddamn right it is. You're goddamn right it is. That's part of it. This is how we do. Recently got a part-time job. Oh, yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. My weekend was spent indoors mostly. It's frigid outside. Yeah, dude, it's freezing. It's freezing here. Logic, you and I are in the same state. You get it. You get it. It's cold as hell here. I'll pass. Cold as hell here. Friday, I had to go shovel my. I was shoveling my driveway, and let me tell you, I came back inside and there was literal icicles hanging down from my mustache. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. You can use Shift F12 to move the cannon to the desired location, then save and reload with the reset squad positions to teleport there instantly. That is an option. I didn't know that it would bring your entire squad to the camera position. That's cool. Build a base in Wend, craziest experience. I've built a base in Wend. Both my first base, so my first base building video that I ever did was the Holy Nation one. That was just on the end of at the end of Wend, but I have built a base in Wend before, and it was I used a bunch of different mods to build vertically up the sidewall. I don't want to answer, Logic. For the sake of my own sanity, I don't want to answer. Yeah, I gotta be careful. I got kids and whatnot, I gotta be careful. For the sake of my my family and whatnot, I have to be careful with that kind of stuff. Okay, so yeah, we're almost there. Almost there. Look at this beautiful glaying soil. Nice blue glaying soil. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Only missed the food for. Oh, dude, we have the best food. We have the best food. Yeah, that's the thing. I people do swatting and shit. I'll pass. Yeah, I live in City, USA. Um, so yeah, no, we have really good food variety here. We got a little bit of everything. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right, now if I'm gonna build in the Leviathan Coast, I've never built in the Leviathan Coast. Fun fact. So speaking of doxing and your increased popularity, are you ever worried about parasocial relationships? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like I generally have a pretty good ability to spot that stuff. Plus, I'm pretty used to people. Firstly, I've developed quite the personality outside of YouTube and stuff about telling people no for things. Like I'm I'm very like I don't like giving job references and stuff like that. I've worked in a lot of like high white collar executive positions and stuff. I've worked in high collar sales. Uh, and I've worked in the legal field and I've worked in healthcare and insurance industries, all in high level positions and all that stuff. And so, I get asked if I can be used as a reference a lot by like friends and family, and I just don't. Like, I'm not really worried about like my YouTube or anything like that, or if popularity starts to increase, if it's going to affect my relationships, because I'm pretty, I feel like I'm pretty good at establishing those boundaries and setting a firm, this is not I am not, your ticket. I'm not your meal ticket or anything like that. So I try to be smart about it, but I'm not too worried about it. It is what it is. Plus, like the kind of content that I do is so niche that the only people that know that I do it for the most part, not because I'm ashamed of telling people. I tell people, anybody that's asked, and a lot of my family, my wife's family and stuff knows about it and all of that. So I'm not like ashamed of it or anything like that, but I don't go advertising it and stuff, not like out in public. But even when I do, most people are like, "Oh, he makes YouTube videos for a game named some game named Kenshi or something like that." They don't. There's not like an understanding of what it is. And the other thing is that it's funny, especially recently. This has actually happened a couple of times recently. I've had a handful of people that have found out that I do content creation and that I do YouTube, and they've kind of had that like that initial here where like it's like, oh, he makes YouTube, what does he have, like 50 subs? And this isn't even a conversation that like I was privy to, like that I was a part of. My sister-in-law was at work and she brought up that like she was proud that like I was doing really well on YouTube and all that stuff. And she was like, I'm really really excited for him, like it's good for him, it's good for his wife. And they were like, oh, he's doing YouTube, what does he have, like 50 subscribers, like is he doing good? And they were like, nah, he's got like 14,000. And that like hit like a lot of, I feel like it hits a lot of people as like, oh shit, like wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like there's that weird idea that like when you tell someone that you do content creation, I feel like they instinctively assume that you're like a very small creator. Like the potential of any kind of success is so low that when you first tell someone that you do content creation, there's that initial instinct of like, oh, they must not. They just like makes videos and they have like a couple of subscribers, but like it's not that big of a deal. Um, and now I'm at a number. I'm hitting. I have 14,000 now, and it's going. I'm literally getting 100 to 200 subs a day right now. Um, it's always fun being like, oh wait, no, he's like a real YouTuber. Like, no, he's not just like making videos. Like he's actually a real YouTuber. It's been a weird experience the last like 3 or 4 months. Basically since I hit 10,000, where like that kind of mindset has shifted in some of the people that I know in real life. It's been weird. It's been weird. Okay, I need to find a good spot to build here. Maybe over here. I don't want to build like in the flat area. I want to do somewhere with like um I want to do somewhere with some like height variation or something along those lines, something to really like break it up. I don't want to just do like ooh, wait a minute, hold on, idea. My God, I think I've got an idea. Can I get onto this little platform here? Oh yes, I can. Okay. How many areas can you get on and off this thing? All up through here. Okay. up through here. This is pretty flat. Okay, I've got it. I've got it. By Jove, guys, we've got it. I figured it out. I know what I'm going to do. I've been struck by inspiration. I've been struck by inspiration. I hope Kenshi 2 lets you patch up ruins. Oh, dude, so do I. I would love to be able to go to ruined buildings and just, like, take them over. Just take them over. I think it'd be really cool. I think being able to, like reclaim stuff would be a really cool idea. All right, so first things first, guys, we got to build our outpost. We always got to put down a small shack or something to establish the outpost. Okay, so the outpost has been established. Now I'm going to save it because crashes are going to happen often. Where's my build save? There it is. Right. How much of the population of Kenshi do you think is literate? Not much. Not much. Reading and writing, I'm sure, is decent for most of the, like, pretty much all of the merchant class in, like, the UC can at least read and write. Obviously, a lot of the peasants struggle. You know, look at Simeon, the man. He can write and he can read, but, like, he's kind of dumb. His game file says that he's dumb too. You know, to a degree, reading and writing is common-ish. But for the most part, I think a lot of Kenshi is struggles to be literate. I think the United Cities and the Holy Nation probably have a higher level of literacy. Holy Nation, obviously, amongst, like, the men, and the UC primarily amongst the mercantile class and some of the peasants, but probably not many of them, to be honest with you. Okay, so shift F12 buildings. All right, let's get this done. So I have this really cool idea for where is it? I need a bridge. I need the bridge. Bridge. Okay. Should we do this bridge or should we do a different bridge? Which one's going to... This one could fit really well, actually, with that shape. That could be really cool. Okay. I have a really, really cool idea for a base that is for basically like a base that's on a lagoon platform, but that uses a bridge to connect to it. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to raise it up, and I'm going to swing it over here. My thought is, yeah, those girders right on the wall. You can walk right over the bridge. And then I'll slap a lagoon platform right here, and boom, we've got ourselves a nice platform to build on. Okay, where's the lagoon platform? Foundations, no. Exterior. I think it's actually, is it in buildings? It might be. You guys get to watch my brain move throughout this whole thing. This is how I usually end up building and stuff, but okay. So we're gonna raise this up, flatten it out. Now the question is, there's that ramp, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to reconcile that ramp. The platform also doesn't go super duper high too. I might have to. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Second idea. Hold on. So we've got the bridge there. We raise this up. I think if I do, this incline might be a bit too much. Hold on, everybody. I'm working on it. We're gonna figure this out. I wish that this is one thing that I hope that they fix in Kenshi 2. I really can't stand it. I dislike that so many of the buildings have, like the lagoon platform, for instance. The stairs are built into it. There's so many buildings where the stairs and stuff are built into the object, and it honestly, it really, like, grinds my gears because it's so damn annoying when I'm trying to I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to cook over here, and you guys are making it hard. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do some terraforming for sure, but I think I can make this work. We're gonna even this out, make it straight, and we're gonna see how it goes. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna have to do some serious terraforming on the bottom. I gotta find some way to deal with these posts on the bottom. Put a second platform on top of the big one. The only concern I have with putting we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it looks because I do have some concerns about putting a platform on the second one. The other thing is that I want to add some size variation to the base as well. So, oh, you know what? Hold on. Idea. I've been struck. Hold on. Double decker platform, but I don't need it to be the entire thing. Instead, we just do okay. Okay. It's a two-layered city. It's a two-layered city. I wall off the front there so that way I don't have to worry about people getting onto the platform that are not part of it. Okay. Okay. And then you can get I'll make stairs that can come down to the second level. Ooh, it's happening. Okay. My brain's a cooking now. I'm a cooking something up. And then actually here, I was gonna make this the entrance, but instead I can wall this section off, and I can make this the like the castle. Oh my god, yes. Okay, hold on. We're gonna move you over, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put an ancient citadel because this is obviously far out into the Leviathan coast. I can see a citadel being here without an issue. Ooh, I'm already hyped. I'm already hyped. All right, so we've got a multi-tiered city here. How do I want to connect this? All right, first things first. Let's drop this thing down, and then we'll adjust it from there. Okay, so we've got this. That stone pathway is a little in the way, like that stone rock there, but I might be able to deal with that somehow. Okay, okay. It doesn't go all the way down, so maybe I might have to lower it down a little bit. Okay, we'll lower it down, and then actually move it back because the stairs are sticking out down here, and that's not going to work for me. Not going to work for me. Okay, so Citadel over here. We need to raise it up a little bit because we need the stairs to come over here. I just need to make sure it's not floating. That's the other thing. Okay, so we got to rotate it some more. Rotate. Fantastic. Okay. Well, I'm gonna figure this out. Do you think the max level walls could actually keep a Leviathan from ripping them apart lore wise, not game mechanic wise? No. Nope. I think it would hold them off for a little while, but I don't think it would. I don't think it would. It would help. I don't think it would help long term. Like I don't think it would prevent them from, with the Leviathan from ripping the place asunder. No, no, not really. No. Okay, I might have to do some. I might have to do some wild work over here to get this to work. But the vision is here. The vision is here. I just need to figure out how to get this to work the way that I want in terms of like the ramp and stuff. Oh, actually, you know what? This isn't bad. It's fully in the ground now. And I think the only thing I'm going to have to block off is get it raised up right there. And then I don't think I'll have to block anything off. I'm just trying to make sure that nothing is floating, right? Like nothing bothers me more than floating. Than like when a building is floating. That's not what I want. I just need to make sure two things need to be done. I need to make sure that this castle is unable to be accessed from the outside. That's one. Number two is that I need to make sure that nothing is floating. Because that looks bad, and the whole point of this is to be both functional and aesthetic. So I gotta make sure I'm dealing with both of those things simultaneously. I think this should be fine. The only thing that I am concerned about is right here. I might be able to walk up to right here. This is the part that's going to be a pain in the ass, but I might be able to deal with that. This isn't even I don't like how high this is, but also it does act as a good shooting platform, but I'm not huge on it. Okay, hold on. I might actually replace this citadel with something else, something else, but the idea is there. The foundation is there. Okay, so now that we placed down the town thing, so I can actually dismantle this. Okay, I think I'm gonna try a different design here. Let's do. Where's the station house at? There's a couple of good station houses that I can. There's an old variant of station house that I've used before that I like the shape of, and I can probably get this to work a little bit easier for what I want. Floating is bad. Yeah, floating stuff is terrible. Floating stuff is terrible. If you can avoid floating, avoid the floating. It's not ideal. Not ideal. All right. The other question is going to be whether or not the nav mesh is going to be functional in here. Oh, outpost V. That's an idea. Hold on. Let's look at the outpost buildings. Hey, Red, how are you? Yeah, let's look at the outpost buildings. We also have these HQs, actually. I don't think I've ever used one of these. We could use one of the HQs. Just have this drop right at the end of that, right at the end of there. And then I don't have to worry about all that. I've never used one of these buildings. I could always have one of these be used. Or, actually, I think I have these warehouses that I've been using recently. The box step house. Yeah, the box step house. I've been using these from my mods recently, and I've really enjoyed to see this. I've really enjoyed this particular building. It's been super useful, and I might be able to easily block off the rest of it. It's not quite as big as I would want, but um, this raise it up. How far can I raise it before it floats? Super high. Could drop this right here, and then I could just wall off this section here. What are we building exactly? We're building a like a player outpost slash city in the Leviathan coast. I'm building a double decker like city. I'm gonna have a lower city. So the idea is that you enter the city through this bottom part here, right here, and then you know have some buildings and some infrastructure down here, and then I'm gonna make a stair system that goes up over here, and this is going to be the upper city, and then the main keep for the base is going to be through here. So you're going to walk across this bridge, and once across the bridge, there'll be a keep of some kind over here that acts as, uh, you know, the main focal point, the main keep of the base. So that's what we're working on. I'm just trying to figure out what building I want to use as the main keep. That's the part that I'm struggling with currently. I'm looking through a couple of different mods that I have, a couple different things. There's always the double house. That's always really cool. I think there's the double house, and then there's the large house. Old house, outhouse, citadel, prison. Oh, the outpost. Right, right. Let's check the outposts out. You can use the big variant of the outpost. That could be cool. There's one that has those funny looking stairs. Where is it? That one? No. Outpost 3? No. You old. I don't need the old. No. Where is it? Where's the one that has the with stairs? There it is. There it is. Okay. All right. So we've got the outpost here. Maybe I could take this and lower it down and make this the focal point, but I'm worried about clipping with that. I am admittedly worried about clipping with this one. That might look a little ridiculous depending, but it seems like it would function. Here, we'll drop it and see. Worst case, I have to dismantle it. It's not the end of the world. I want to see if I can get it to connect straight to the bridge without clipping or floating or anything. It's floating right here. That's gonna drive me fucking nuts. Floating right there. That's gonna drive me crazy. Plus, you can get onto it from the back wall, so that ain't gonna work for me. That isn't going to work for me. All right, so here's what I do in situations like this where I'm struggling to determine how I want to move forward with something. I will literally just move on and do something else until I come up with an idea. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna work on the lower level. We're gonna make the lower level. All right, so since we're building down here, for the stair system, I have to be careful about what I use for the stairs. Now, I have a couple of different options, and I want to get the stairs kind of worked out. The first option I want to see if it's going to work is there is the walkway that they use in these ones right here. So these are an option. These like ramp walkway things. I can use one of these presumably to get up to the top, and these might actually be tall enough where I can just have them walk right up. Actually, let's put one of these on either side and see how that works. Let's put one of these on either side. They must be placed on the blue nodes marked by certain locations. Metal arch dedicated to ramp. Is there shit? Is there any way that I can use these that don't require a link? Ramp. That's not going to work. Yeah, these have to be hit on nodes, which means they have to be connected to a wall. Shit. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Where's the archbridge from? Rebirth. That's one's also an option. There's oh wait, these ones might work. I don't think these ones need to be established, need to be connected to anything. Hold on. How tall are these? These can be pretty tall, and I might be able to use these. You have to start using more spotlights and searchlights on walls and gates. The problem that I have with spotlights and searchlights is yes, they make you more accurate, but I hate using power for things like spotlights and like lighting throughout the base and stuff like that. Yeah, I know there's no nodes active. That's the point. I hate using power for that. Like it's a waste of power in my brain. There's two issues that I think I'm going to have here, and one of them is going to be getting I can get the stairs set up like one way or the other. I will get stairs that this has a fucking walkway that's not going to let me do this, is it? Oh, actually, you know what? It might if I move it into position, and then I might just have to fiddle with these stairs. I can add more stairs here where it works. All right, so let's build this up a little bit. Good walkway. Okay, so now I need to actually I'm gonna need to rotate it too because it's a little cockeyed. It's funny because again, this is usually something you guys see me do, but you guys usually see me do it at like 250 times speed because I speed up my build videos. And then I do commentary after the fact on them, so you guys don't usually have to see and listen to all of this, all of my ranting and whatnot. All right, so we're gonna lower this down just a little bit so that way it's on the ground. And then I might have to build a slight ramp there, but that's fine. I think they could still walk over that without an issue. Okay. That is floating slightly. That's gonna drive me up the fucking wall. Let's see if we can fix that. That looks all right. Yeah, that looks all right. Floating slightly. Little micro adjustments. Ever so slightly. There. I think any more and they're gonna have a hard time getting up on there. Okay, so now we have those set up. Obviously, I'm going to need to figure out how to get them up onto these stairs. So I'm going to grab stairs because there is the more stairs that I've used before to get up on things. Stairs, 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 stairs. Gotta find them. It's in the like from the more buildings, the old buildings. F12, or we call it the OCD button, literally. I really don't normally have power issues later in the game, but I guess I don't care about aesthetics as much as you do. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a waste of power. Like I've especially depending on where I'm based at. Like sometimes I base in areas that are like really inconvenient, you know? And hold interior stairs. Can I use these to go up? Hold on, hold on. How big are these? Must be placed inside a building. Okay, hold on. We're getting there. There is a set of stairs that I can craft because I've done it before. I did it on actually that black gate one that black gate build I was telling you about. I made like a whole bunch of stairs. Um, where is it? I gotta remember where the hell these stairs are. It's gonna drive me nuts. Exterior Here, maybe? Stairs! There you are, you rat bastards. Okay. Alright, so I gotta make sure, I gotta straighten these out. These actually go up quite high. I'm going to see if I can put them up all the way. I may have to make multiples. I've stacked these up before, and this has worked out quite nicely for me. And these are pretty tall, too, so I should be able to. I've been watching your content, man. I like it. I avoid the lore stuff, but it's really cool. I'm just waiting for the game. How far away do you think Kenshi 2 is? So I talked to, Pedro and I talked about this on the podcast the other day. I made a video a couple of years ago where based on like they put out a job, Lo-Fi put out a job application for a localizer. At the time, knowing what I knew about like game development and stuff, I had made the guesstimate that Kenshi 2 would be coming potentially at the end of this year. However, recent events and stuff have made me reconsider that. I no longer believe that is the case. I think that's a hopeful guess, but I think the more likely guess is that Kenshi 2 will probably be coming at the end of next year, maybe the end of next year at the earliest, but the more likely answer is mid 2028. So but it's hard to say because they don't really give us much. We don't really know much, So these stairs are going to work good. I'm excited about this, and I'm going to, after I drop these down, I'm going to save and reload and see if these are functional. Because again, one of the big things in all of my builds is that everything needs to be nav meshed and everything needs to work properly. Biggest question I always get is, or the biggest criticism I get is like, oh, it looks nice, but it doesn't function. Incorrect. Every one of my bases are built to function exactly as intended. And I usually end up testing them in the videos, but we're doing this live today. A little different experience on this one. So you guys are going to see me test them live. All right, I need to raise these up just a teensy bit, but I do think this is going to work. And then we can use this big-ass stairway system to get up, which is really fucking cool if I do say so myself. Okay, cool. So now we save. We got to make sure that these are in our town. I'm actually going to move this shack back over here as well, just because it needs over there. So we're gonna place our town zone down. Sometimes you have to do this to make sure buildings are owned by you. We're gonna save it and then we're gonna reload, and it might crash. I crash, a handful of times during build videos, just because when you mess with the Shift F12 for long enough and you're kind of doing things outside the realm of what the game likes, sometimes it can do that. But we're gonna reload and see what happens. Okay. All right. Any second now. Still loading. Still loading. Still loading. I found if you count to 10 before reloading, it crashes a lot less. Maybe. I don't know why that would be, but maybe. All right, so we're going to test out the nav mesh, make sure that works, make sure the bridge works. So the bridge works. It's a little wonky, but it worked. I don't really know why it did that. Did you guys see that shit? I clipped through it. That was weird. I like clipped through the bridge. Like I can cross the bridge, but that was weird. Okay. That was weird. Yeah, okay. So he's like on the bridge. That's super weird. I wonder why that is. Super weird. This platform works, but this part of the bridge is not doesn't have. Bro, you curse a lot. I don't like it. Well, sorry, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. He says I don't fucking like it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't I don't know. Reload again, maybe? No, I think it's just the asset. I think it's just the asset that's like that. Down here, see how I can't get to that, which means I might have to think of an alternative to get down there, which is unfortunate. Yeah. All right. Well, then let's make sure the under platform works. At the very least, we can get down there. So we're gonna run down here. Beached whale. That's what they say. That's what they say. Okay, so the under platform is working at the very least. He's a New Yorker. Swearing's just in his blood. Yeah. So listen. In all honesty, I actually do clean up my language quite a bit when I'm on stream. I unfortunately have a sailor's mouth. I don't mean to. It doesn't help that my kids, right? Listen, this is crazy. I've explained the difference between like adult, like grown up words and kid words to my children. Right? I have two kids. And I've explained in depth the difference between grown-up words. I could probably put another stair up at the top here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I've explained the difference between like grown-up words and kids' words. And my kids decided that when I explained that difference to them, I wasn't saying there are kid words that only kids can say and then grown-ups can say everything. No. I was saying there are words only kids can say, and then there are words only adults can say. So I'm not allowed to use the non swearing version in my house because when I do, my kids yell at me for using kid words. Those are their words. And if I use them again, I'm going to be in big, big trouble. So if I say, what the heck, my son or my daughter will say, no, dad, that's a kid word. If you do that again, you're going to go sit in timeout. And so I have to use my shits, pisses, and fucks because if I don't, my children will yell at me. it's ridiculous. Those are kid words, Dad. I also need to make this more straight. This is not straight, and that's going to drive me. That's going to drive me nuts. Okay. Shit. Okay. Yeah. So I need another set of stairs at the top. I need to level this out a bit because right now it is not even, and that's going to drive me insane. That's good. That's chaos. That's bananas. Can't have that. So we're gonna move this over. Yeah, kids are funny, man. My kids are funny. All kids are funny, but my kids in particular, for me anyway, are there's something. There's something. It's really really good logic. Like it's crazy. It's wild. They were like, yeah, no, they're because I was like, those are grown up words. You can't say grown up words. I'm going to say them sometimes, and I try to say them less around them. Like I do try to clean up my mouth a little bit around them, but I also am very much in the mindset that like people are going to be swearing around them their entire lives. They need to be able to deal with that. And so, that's kind of the way that I approach it. And so I explained to them, these are grown up words. You're a kid, you can't say grown up words. And so they're like, oh, those words belong to kids. Those words belong to kids. So grown ups can't say those words, just like we can't say the other word. Like it's a whole thing. The logic is there. It made sense. It works for him. It keeps them from swearing, I guess. Whatever floats their goat. But yeah, the whole thing made me laugh. Oh, you know what? This actually may have worked out really well because I think I can put a small little platform now, a little bridge there, and I can clip it through the stairs and then just have a walkway up. So that actually may have worked out quite well. I just have to realign these stairs now. Got to realign the stairs now. Perfect. A lot of micro adjustments. A lot of micro adjustments. Again, this process usually takes me several hours, like 2-3 hours, and then I just speed it up in post. But this is what it usually looks like when I'm doing these videos. I have to make sure that they're even with this central tower too, otherwise it's going to drive me absolutely insane. Otherwise, it's insanity. Okay, so that's there, and I'm going to have to replace this bridge with a different kind of bridge. This isn't going to work, which is fine. It's fine, but I am going to have to replace this bridge, I think, because unfortunately, it's not. It's not going to work with me clipping through it. It's gonna make me mad. How do you feel about Dune Awakening? In truth, I haven't. I don't really know anything about Dune Awakening. I don't really know anything about it. That's the survival game, right? Is that the one you're talking about? I've seen things about it, and I've heard a lot of people say good things about it, but I myself have never played it. It's just not really my bag. Not really my bag. Okay, that looks pretty even to me. Now I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this ramp here. I think I'm going to drop a small bridge, like a little platform. Little pontoon, little mini pontoon bridge. I said mini pontoon bridge. That's the one. What kind of base are you building? It's a castle, right? It's a multi-tiered city. I like building cities. Big fan of building cities. That actually might be a little too big. Maybe a walkway, small walkway. Yeah, that's better. That's better. All right, so we're gonna put down 2 of these things. 2 of these things. Um, it's got this type of base building look to it, but I've never played. Yeah, I'm told that the building system in it is really cool. And everything I've seen shows that it looks pretty cool. Like I said, it's just not my cup of tea, you know. Not my cup of tea. All right, this walkway needs to get moved. Drop this thing down. I got to rotate it too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to rotate it fully the other way because that little offlet there, that little slight elevated ramp, that right there is going to blend far easier with getting up and getting down. Oh, but then I'm gonna have to worry about the ramp too. Sheesh, Shiza, Shazbot. Okay. Well, I want to reconcile this. Suppose I could change the rotation of it. Got to figure. Is there one that doesn't have? Okay, hold on. I gotta find a bridge or something or a ramp that um doesn't have railings because that's gonna get on my nerves. No railing. Should be a little pontoon scaffolding link, huh? Shield bridge, scaffolding link. Oh no. Scaffolding stairs, I have those. Swamp walk board. How big are these? I need a small one of these maybe. Use it as like a literal wall, like log almost. Hello, what? What? Wait a minute. Ah, fucking camera's gonna be really obnoxious doing this. Yeah, camera's gonna be really annoying doing this. Interesting. So walls can go up there. Swamp walkways are long. Yeah, that's the vibe that I'm getting. Trestle Bridge. Trestle Bridge was the other one that I thought maybe I could use to get up there, and I could run it, um, like this. I could run it this way. But I think it's too big. Yeah, it's too big. It's fine. Okay. Pontoon Bridge, small. Maybe if I go with the small, is that the smallest one? I think it's still too wide. Although, I guess it doesn't matter if it's too wide. It is too long though. Ah, shit. All right, we're gonna go with stairs then. I'm just gonna run with the stairs. I was trying to avoid using the stairs. I don't know why I was trying to avoid using the stairs, but I was trying to avoid using them. But I think it's just better if I use the stairs. It's fine. Stairs. Exterior. It's exterior, right? Is that where I had it before? I think it was in here. Stairs. Hello, stairs. Yeah. All right. All right. Stairs it is. Stairs it is. We're just gonna throw them right here. Get them nice and level, and then I will clip them down and just match them up so that way they fit well. Should work fine. Should work fine. Should be able to get them in place where they're... Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. Exterior, down to stairs. Put these back again. I want the dots. I want the normal stairs. There we go. Can you use Shift F12 to modify established settlements? Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely can. That's how a lot of like city modifications happen for like mods and stuff. Like that's what like they used for like Genesis and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure you have to verify that with Atlas, of course, but I'm pretty sure that's how he did it, was using Shift F12 to modify the city layouts and the nav mesh and all that stuff. That's the point of the in-game editor, is for that kind of stuff and for whatnot. I use it in a slightly different way, but all right, so we're gonna drop this down. And I'm just trying to get this to be level with right there, and I think that should do it. I think, by gosh, that should do it. Joe, I think we've done it. Right there. That should work. That should work. And then I'm going to have to, again, save and reload to make sure this works, because nav mesh is important. And I don't like building something and then if the nav mesh doesn't work, going back to it later and being like, oh, I'll just deal with it later. Like, I need it to work. The only concern that I have is that the end of this platform is unnavigable. Like, I'm not going to be able to have something come up onto this platform. That's going to be annoying. Um, but we will see. If these stairs don't work, that might be the case. That the end of this platform is not something that can be, like threshold over. Sometimes buildings are like buildings are like that on the sides and stuff. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so those are in place now. They should work. I'm gonna save and reload. How that goes. All right, successful. Load. I've had to use it to fix pathways before when some mods clash. Yeah, I mean it's definitely I try to avoid using it to fix nav mesh stuff per se. Like I've used it to fix nav mesh before when I move buildings and stuff around, but I try to avoid using it to like there's a button on as soon as it loads in, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Shift F12. Okay, so I try to avoid ever hitting like the fix stuff building because usually it fixes so much stuff that something crashes. I try to avoid the nav mesh tools and stuff like that if I can avoid it. Like if I can avoid it, but sometimes I have to use them. The ones I usually stick to are the buildings and the town placement and stuff like that. I just things can get muddled, things can get messed up, and I try not to mess with them. Okay, so we're gonna head on up these stairs and please work, please work, please work. Yes. Okay, we have successfully connected the two. We have successfully connected the two. A lot of micro edits, but we did it. You see that? Fantastic. And we've got this little walkway here, which is cool. Really, really cool. So these platforms are successfully connected. So now the top and the bottom works. Top and the bottom works. Now this bridgehead, I think I'm gonna have to replace, unfortunately. Okay, so bridge works, but we gotta find a new bridgehead. The bridgehead big obviously didn't work. It was too large. It like had the weird overlay there that was uh not like part of the actual bridge, which is annoying. Can I use where is it? The metal arch bridge. I don't need the big one, just the normal one. But the normal one's so the big one's too long, which is going to be annoying, and I don't want that. Maybe I'll just use pontoon bridges, and I will. I liked the girder on the other one too. That's really upsetting because I really liked the girder on the other one. I thought that it looked really cool. This one's not going to look nearly as nice. I really liked the girder on the other one, so that's kind of a letdown. Kind of a letdown. Just move the platform over to the cliff. But I like the idea of there being like a bridge that leads over to it. Plus, if I move the platform over the cliff, I have to take everything I just did and move it farther over anyway, too. So I'm trying to avoid having to move everything I just did. I can do a pontoon bridge. It's just going to require. I need one that maybe doesn't have the legs. If there is, no, there's not. Two types link, yeah. These ones have the bridges. Yeah, if I move it over, I'm gonna end up having to connect everything. And if I use the pontoon bridge, I'm gonna have these floaters down there, those legs, and that's gonna really drive me up the friggin' wall. Because again, I get really like irked with stuff like that. Like it's gotta there's a level of like realism that needs to be maintained with in terms of like things like floating and stuff like that. I can't deal with it. I cannot suffer the fools. It's interesting that this entire cliff appears to be movable. That's interesting. That's interesting. This is a really small edit. All right. Put you there. Back there again because of the position. There we go. There we go. To avoid the floater. Heroes waging war on building jank and winning. It's what I do. What I do. I consistently am at war with building jank. This is a little better, I suppose. A little better. And then if I just take this and then lower it in, should be able to like reconcile that. Okay. So the pontoon bridge is there. I don't like these floaters. I'm going to have to figure out some way to deal with the fact those are there. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but something is going to have to get put there because it looks like the pontoon bridge is going to be my best bet. I'm also going to do some micro adjustments manually to make this more likely to be nav meshed properly because that's also a concern that I have. But it should be fine. It should be fine. And then I'm actually also going to rotate you slightly just so you have a better angle on both sides. I don't want it to be too high. I want it to be the same kind of rotation as the other. That looks pretty straight, to be honest. That one looks pretty straight, to be honest. Looks pretty good to me. And then all we got to do is figure out how to deal with those floaters there. Yeah, I can deal with that. I can make do with this. I can make do with that. So I'll save and reload in a little while and check that out, but I think we've got a good set for that. And we're in a good enough position where I can start working on the lower city. Now, working on the lower city is going to be annoying as hell simply because the camera is not going to let me. This is going to be very much a base that is functional, but it is frustrating to work with in full transparency because the camera is going to constantly be jutting around as a byproduct of this platform. So I've got to be careful with that. I guess alternatively, I could reconcile this by moving the platform forward and then it would do it. But I like the idea that like half the city is under the lagoon platform, and also then we'd have some floaters over here. As is, I'm gonna have to put rocks down to deal with this, but I can deal with that, so it's not the end of the world. But well, what do you guys think? Do you think I should move? Do you think I should move this platform back, or should I just deal with the stupid camera, bro? Where the lore vids at? Well, the lore shorts come out Monday through Friday. I take the weekends off. As for long form lore videos, I have like 3 or 4 that I'm working on. But they take time. They take a lot of research. They take a lot of time. It's not something that I just, like whip out and get them done regularly. They do take time, and I also am trying to work with several other creators on them as well. I like doing collaborations and working with new creators and all that stuff too. So working on it. Need more beep statues? Oh, we're getting to the beep statue. Don't you worry. There'll be a beep statue. All right, so I'm thinking for buildings, I'm going to use primarily the more buildings. I really like the way they look with the lagoon platform. Um, Keep it there, maybe a different bridge. I don't know what other bridges work because the only other one that I really liked was the metal bridge. The problem is the metal bridge is too long. The metal bridge is too long. Or it's not wide enough, depending on whichever one I'm using. But yeah, so I'm kind of trying to figure out how I'm going to deal with that. In the interim, I think I'm going to drop down these here buildings. You think I can fit 2 in here? I might be able to fit 2 in here. Slight overage, but I might be able to fit 2 in here. We can get it halfway. Yeah, there might be a little bit of clipping interior in the interior, but that's not the end of the world. I haven't been to sleep since the last lore video. Jesus, get some rest, my friend. Yeah, I've got a couple lore videos that I'm working on. I'm working on them. I swear. I've got a few that I'm working on. I've got some other YouTubers that I'm partnering with to get them done. I just haven't gotten around to getting them finished. And I've got the podcast now, and I've got the shorts and the live streams and all the other stuff we've got going on. We got a lot of projects happening, so and build videos and all of that. So I'm trying to keep everybody as fed as possible. Trying to keep everybody as fed as possible. Are you building on creative mode? Where are the resources coming from? Oh, it's creative mode. Oh, it's creative mode. It is most definitely creative mode. Okay, so going. What other buildings do we have? I'm gonna try to use a couple of different like building variations. I like the idea of having a lot of these like stairs and stuff like that to navigate around and whatnot. I like the idea of having this be a very like mixed elevation city. There's a lot of different elevations to it. A lot of Wow, that is the most cockeyed building I've ever seen. A lot of different elevations. I like the idea of a lot of different uh, like building heights and stairs and stuff like that being introduced. I think it's a really cool idea to have a city where it's just like a lot of stairs, a lot of different different, a lot of different stuff. Um, this is presumably an incredibly old city as well, so like that's part of my thought process on it is that this city is uh, just really there. I'd love to see a discussion on what a theoretical dead cat nation could look like if killing off the cannibal chieftains allowed them to start resettling the plains, Darkfinger and Sinkin. Um, well, well, Dead Cat in particular is an interesting one because the faction that founded, shit, that's gonna be a fucking problem for me. That's gonna be annoying for me. I can't. I don't think I can reconcile that. That's gonna be annoying for me. Dead Cat's an interesting one because it's actually like not a faction. What area you're building in? I am building in the Leviathan coast, so the top northwestern portion of the map right now. So Dead Cat was actually the name of a faction of people that like seceded from Catlan's empire. They were a people from the Second Empire that had seceded from the Empire. That's why down in like Skin Bandit territory, there's a base that's owned by Dead Cat. It's because they were a faction just after the Second Empire started falling apart because it didn't fall apart at once. It fell apart in stages. Um, so once it started falling apart, people were leaving and seceding from the Empire. Dead Cat is a faction that did just that. This could be interesting. This could be a good little corner. Oh, you know what? There's saloons actually. There's a saloon that I can use. Where's the saloon at? Throw the saloon in the corner. Saloon. There it is. The saloon. All right. And we're gonna throw. Good. Good. Throw the saloon in the corner. Love that. Love that. And I can raise that up so that way it's more accessible. Good. It's good. Wall off the underhive. Yeah, there's a hive under here, and I'm holding them off. We don't want them to see what's they're the underfolk. They're level 0 of Coruscant is what they are. They're down at the bottom floors where it's mostly sewage. Okay. Again, especially on this bottom floor here, I'm really trying to just make it like um a lot of stairs, a lot of buildings, uh heavily walkwayed area, a lot of up and downs, a lot of up and downs. Cool. I am gonna have to be mindful of the underneath where they're probably going to clip through a little bit. I can deal with a tiny bit of underclipping. It's not the end of the world for me, but if there's too much, it's going to start bothering me. So I've got to be careful about that. Um, are those mod pieces, mod build pieces? Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are. I use a combination of vanilla and modded stuff as I need. It kind of depends on what the build type I'm going for is. Actually, I should rotate this. It kind of depends on what the build type I'm going for is, what the general vibe I'm going for is. Sometimes it's modded, sometimes it's not. But I like having a good bunch of them on hand. All of the mods that I use are in the description below. I have a mod collection that is available for public download. Obviously, we're gonna get this lined up right on the back side there. I think having that nice alleyway there is good. God damn, it's gonna really annoying. I'm gonna have to use the free cam for this stuff, like to make sure things are lined up properly. Yes, they are. How's the underside looking with clipping? a little bit of clipping, but it's really not the end of the world. I have to keep reminding myself that it's okay. No one's gonna see the underside. Not really anyway. Okay, so this is right there. We've got some buildings being built. Buildings being built. It is navigable. It's not very camera friendly, but it is navigable. So that's important. Not very camera friendly, but it is navigable. The hell? Oh, those are shrieking bandits. That's fun. All right. The corners are always interesting because they actually have a lower underside, so they're easier to build on. Okay, it's coming along, guys. It's coming along. We've got a couple buildings down, a couple things are placed. I want to make the bottom side really like a tight knit city because it's kind of like a slum, right? I want it to be like a slum. I want the idea is that like you come in and the underside of the city is like a really like desecrated, it's not a very it's a very poverty stricken area, um, all of that stuff. Hero's been pretty open in previous videos about them having boats and a raised water table in Kenshi too. Yeah, that's something that I've talked about in many of my videos. Boats and stuff are pretty likely. Well, they haven't confirmed it, but like water is one of those things where in previous um pretty much since the AMA came out and since like we talked about Kenshi 2 and we figured out that like Kenshi 2's water level was lower and all of that stuff, we as the community have all come to the consensus that boats are going to be a thing in Kenshi 2. And I talked about this on the podcast the other day. In game development, one of the things you have to be very conscious of is managing expectations, right? Like you want to make sure that there isn't going to be an unrealistic or unmet expectation that is going to devastate the community. And with boats in particular, so much of the community to the point where it's basically just like it's almost everybody at this point has come to the conclusion that boats are going to be a thing, right? And not that that's bad in the slightest, it's not. But if boats were not going to be in the game, if they weren't planning on including them in the game, it would be at this point irresponsible to not address that and tell everyone, hey, boats are going to be in Kenshi too. It would be irresponsible not to tell us that because so many people are expecting them because all of the concept art shows boats. The water levels are higher. Pirates are already established to have been a problem during the Second Empire. If they didn't, um, you know, if they didn't have boats, it would be far more responsible for them and far more reasonable for them to you know, pop in during, like, put out something, right? Some kind of information that's like, hey, guys, listen, I know that we're not telling people that much about the game. I know that we're not revealing too much information. But a lot of people have been wanting boats in Kenshi too. And we need to nip that in the bud because, we don't want the expectations to not be met. There aren't going to be boats. I wonder if Kenshi 2 keeps getting pushed back because the devs watch your lore videos and go, crap, he's right. We need to change that. We need to change that. Oh, man. The conspiracy that is permeated the community about, me like working for Lo-Fi is super funny. I will be the first to tell you I have applied to work with Lo-Fi in the past. I'm going to move these, actually. I'm going to move these. I've applied to work with Lo-Fi in the past in an official capacity twice, actually. I didn't get it. They gave it to somebody who the positions that I had applied for, they gave them to people who were very, very qualified for the job, very good people that I have spoken to, and have high opinions of, and that's that. But it's always funny the rumors that have started that I'm like part of the team at Lo-Fi and or like that I'm friends with like Nat and that I'm getting fed the lore directly from Nat. It always makes me giggle. Makes me laugh. I get a giggle out of it. My NDA says I have to tell you I'm getting a giggle out of it. No, it's fine. They gave the job to black trans women. Okay. Calm down. So here we are. All right, so I'm going to replace the center one. Double house. What's the whole deal with this? No, not that one. I want the large house. Not the large house. No, that's stupid. I'm a fool. I want the double. Is it the I don't know, which one is it? Balloon, science, slave cage. Um, swamp store. All house. There's a specific building that I'm looking for right now. I always forget what the name of it is. Wherefore art thou, comrade? Double house, no. +3, no. Uh, where the hell is it? It's got 2 doors. One's a ramp, one's a door. I just had it a little while ago, and I always forget the name of it. It's not the raised house. No. Saloon, science stone, slave cage, small shack, stack house, no. Step house, no. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me nuts. And now I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Station house? No, 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 no. So it's one of the more buildings, but it's got a ramp on one side and a house on the other. And I always like go looking for it, and then I can never remember the name of it. It's not the double house, although the double house does look pretty cool. But it's not the double house. It is smaller. It's wider but smaller than the double house, and I always forget where it was. Morn went underwent a slavery uprising. Yeah, Morn had a rebellion, is what it was, and the tech hunters ended up taking the remains. They ended up popping in, and they're like, "This is mine now. I'll take this." Is it more C? It's more C. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's the one. That's the one that I was looking for. All right, so we'll get this, and I'm gonna move this into position. I think that'll make look way better in the center here. Push this right into position, right there. Boomski. A little farther back, actually. A little farther up. There we go. Okay, cool. That's the one. That's the one. What base are we building? We're building a multi-tiered city with a slum down below, an upper city up here, and then a keep that's going to be up on this mountain here. So we're going for the big leagues right now, but we're gonna have a multi-tiered city. A lot of walkways, a lot of tight corners, alleyways, slums on the bottom, upper city market district / noble district, all of that stuff up top. Upper class area, and then obviously we'll do the inner key, the castle, the palace, the keep, whatever you want to call it, on the cliffside, on the cliffside. All right, so now we're gonna drop a double house because I saw that and I said, you know what, I want a double house, but I got to figure out where I want to drop it. We're building our childhood dreams. It's the Cloud District. Have you guys gotten to the Cloud District very often? Of course not. Of course not. Of course you haven't. I should have, instead of having Sekiro be my character, I should have made it Nazim. Should have made it Nazim. My inspiration for this base is Coruscant. Coruscant. They got the basically the lower down you go, the slummier things get. That's Coruscant for you. Nice. We'll do. It's a good corner spot. Good corner spot. Love it. The floating doors will go away when I reload. Seems logical. You're a hack. All right, let's not be mean. Let's not be mean. Nuts to the Lord. Tell me your go-to fashion for your different factions. Oh, I mean it varies. I really like the mercenary plate, like the bulky pauldrons with the top piece, and then some drifter pants and some plated boots. I'm always down for that look. It's solid, good. It's good, good. That's every city. There's an undercity to Vegas. I mean, yeah. There's always an undercity. I know you didn't mean it in a mean way, Walt. I'm just messing with you. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. I'm just messing with you. Logic's a big boy. He can handle himself. All right, more A. Now's the part where I'm just gonna start slapping down some buildings for the sake of like filling the area out, getting everything all put together. Hey, I'm walking over here. Exactly. Nailed it. Nailed it. I'm gonna build along these like pylons. I must construct additional pylons. Build along the pylons, and then we're gonna lower that down. It's gonna clip like a mother, isn't it? It's gonna clip right through it. Oh, that's terrible. This one may. I don't know if I can do that one. That one's a no go. There's a certain level of clipping that I can handle, right? Like some of these are definitely got some clipping on the bottom, but like you're never gonna see those. Um, some of these though are gonna clip to a point where I can't deal with it, and I'm gonna have to. Yeah, can't deal with those ones. What do leviathans eat? Rocks, krill, beak thing, poop? I presume that they're herbivores. To be honest with you, I think they eat whatever. Yeah, I think they're omnivores. They eat whatever they want. They eat trees. They eat people. They eat anything. They eat anything. They eat pretty much anything. Doing the underside of this place is going to be a big pain in the ass, but we'll get it. We will get it. All right, more B. More B. Deal. We gotta straighten this out. Fuck is a beak thing, bro? Oh, that's right. You don't even play Kenshi currently. Yeah, okay. Someone show this man a beak thing. Someone show this man a beak thing. And by someone I mean me. They're around here somewhere. Next time a pack of beak things go by, I'll show you what a devil giraffe looks like. I'll show you the tainted giraffe. He's new. Yeah, he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet. He hasn't heard about the devil giraffes. Google, yeah, Google the beak thing. Google the devil giraffes. Accept thy fate. Beak things are what happens when Satan's in charge of a petting zoo. Raise this up. I'm okay with the pylon kind of being in the way. All right, it works. It works. It works. It just works. I'll punch it in the mouth. I encourage you to try and see how that goes. Okay, so I gotta fill in some more of this area here. Watchtower, dome. The have going on here. So my thought is that we're going to use the more buildings here, and then up top we might use a different building set, a different tile set. And my thought behind that is that like they use old, like recycled buildings down here, and then up top is where they're going to use more uh, like more recently constructed buildings. Wow, that's the vibe. I might actually need to reconstruct that one. I like the tile set the color set that I have for it. Double house. That's the one I was looking for. All right, so yeah, so they have like the older buildings down here. They're kind of just made for the purpose of they're made to be functional, but not super beneficial. You know, like they're almost like rapidly produced. Um, yeah, it's good. I like the idea of having a lot of like alleyways. You know, too, like having a lot of just like walkways and alleyways and like tight corners and stuff like that on the bottom, because again it's supposed to be the slums, it's supposed to be cramped. It's a really uh you know heavily populated area full of the dregs of this civilization, these people. Save this just in case. We've only done the lower level too. We haven't even done the upper level. And then down here is where I'm going to put industry, probably underneath. Industry is probably going to be an underneath thing. A lot of places to get mugged. Exactly. And half of it's under the platform. So like there's almost a level of perpetual darkness as well that kind of adds to the feel, adds to the ambiance. Um Adds to the fear. All right. Large house. These are the ones that I have over there, right? Yeah, okay. More A. These ones are too tall, if I recall. Yeah, that's the issue I just had with those. More B, more C, more B, more B. Yeah. All right, more towers. Drop a couple of towers. The towers are the towers are gonna be tough though. Really long stairs. Maybe not. Maybe not. Old house though. Can I get old house and a not a shitty tile? So yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Okay, so these ones, I think I'm gonna put one right here, put another one on the other side, and kind of just stack them. I think I'm gonna drop a couple of these because these will make a decent, like primary building for, uh, like a primary building type. I think what it is. So, like this is where the most of the buildings here are probably gonna be is this particular building type, and then I'll raise them up and we'll go from there. So I'll put one of these back to back. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice, nice. Nice. Okay. You gotta put giant rocks or something under there. Yeah, so I'm gonna put rocks under this support, and I'm gonna put rocks under this support here as well to get rid of the floating because it's gonna drive me up the wall. It's gonna drive me up the wall. Ugh, crack my back. Okay. Where was it? Old house, right? We're gonna put a couple of these around too because they make a really good really good like flat base, really good like basic building type. The other ones are all kind of varied. They're a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. Um, all of that. I'm gonna have to use the Shift F12, not the Shift F12, the free cam to get under here a lot of the times to make sure things are lined up properly. So I'm probably not gonna put a ton of um like checks and whatnot on this underside, but I am gonna try my best to make it look good from the angle that I'm at. And there's also a degree of symmetry that I'm gonna put into it just because I think symmetry is important because I'm a fucking nutcase. I've talked about this in other builds before too, other build videos I've done, but I'm a crazy person and symmetry is important. Okay, so we're gonna raise these up just a bit, enough to get the stairs there, and then I can fly under there with a free cam and double check it to make sure that it all works out. But the only thing that this video is not gonna have, like my normal build videos have, is the montage at the end because obviously I can't put that in. I usually put that in, make that and put that in post, but I'll do a fly around tour towards the end too to kind of make up for it. So we won't have a montage, but we will have a tour at the end. And then I'm going to lower this down just so it's a bit better. No clipping. Nice, nice. All right, let's fly around for a second. I'm going to save it and fly around and see what the underside looks like. Hero's Head, is it possible to get a screenshot of the world map in the top left corner of the screen so new friends know where we're at? Yeah, give me a second, actually. I'll hop onto the map and show you guys where we are. Okay, world map. We are in the Leviathan coast up here at the... Here, let me turn off depth of field. There we go. Leviathan coast, top left corner of the map. Specifically, we are right here. We're right here, just across from the unknown tower, top left corner of the map. So right up here. That be where we be. Turn field back on. And we're going to do a quick fly through to see how things are looking so far. I want to do like a bird's eye view from like someone walking through. So ignore the floating doors because those will disappear when we reload. But I might lower this down so that ramp is not quite as jutted out, but I do like how like cramped it is, how tight the building space looks. Got a couple of these alleyways. Here, we'll turn that. Let me actually turn off my UI mask as well. I really need to install the rest add-on so that's not an issue anymore. Okay, I'm gonna have to save and reload here in a second because that building keeps clipping in and out. That's part of the reload issue. But by far, this is coming along pretty nicely. I do like how it looks. Comparably, it's got a good vibe. It's got a good vibe, good vibes. And then if we're gonna fill the streets too with like stuff. Those buildings will stop like disappearing and reappearing once I save and reload. They're just not persistent in the game world yet, and I've got to put rocks down to fix those floating pylons. But yeah, okay, so we're making good progress. Things are looking good. We're starting to get the slums figured out. If we fill it with like merchant stalls and stuff like that, it's gonna come along really nicely. I think this is going to be really badass when it's done. I read through the Kenshi Reddit. They really hate the Holy Nation. April 1st video recommendation. Holy Nation is the only good faction and did nothing wrong. Oh God. So here's the thing. I would wholeheartedly do the Holy Nation did nothing wrong video. As like a joke. The problem is there is a disturbing number of people in the community now that actually think that I'm like a huge Holy Nation stan, even though I literally have said on record like a dozen times that I can't actually stand the Holy Nation. I find them to be the most interesting from a lore perspective. I think their lore is really cool. I think their aesthetic is really cool. And I think their culture is cool, but morally, I don't like them for all of the obvious reasons. But yeah, there's enough people that think I'm a Holy Nation stan. I guess I could lean into the joke. It could be funny, but oy vey. Yeah, okay, so this is coming along pretty good, pretty nice though. We've got the front figured out. Again, I think merchant, once we place down like merchant stalls and stuff, that's gonna look really cool. And dude, I can't wait to get a screenshot of this thing when it's done. It's gonna look badass. It's gonna look badass. It's gonna look really, really, really freaking cool. Yeah, I'll just leave the UI mask off. It's fine. It doesn't actually affect me too much. It's usually just for other people is the main reason I turn it on and off. Okay, so we're gonna save and reload. We're gonna save and reload to get these buildings persistent. We're gonna wait a couple of seconds. Get Sekiro up here. Have him come down those stairs. That's cool. Sekiro's gonna fight off some shriekers in the streets of the Undercity. Look, guys, it's the streets of the Undercity doing what the Undercity does. This is what happens down here. You get mugged. He's getting mugged. Do you see that? My guy's getting mugged. And he's fighting off his attackers in the Undercity. It's happening. The can't separate fiction from reality group. Yeah, I mean that's really what it is. It's also like a group of people that there's this weird thing that some people do, and not just in like the community, but also for me, that have a hard time understanding that two things can be true at the same time. You can think something is cool while also not liking it. Like you can appreciate art from somebody who is bad while also understanding the person was bad. The example I use a lot of times is like Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson likely committed some of the most heinous crimes that you could imagine against some of the most vulnerable demographic on the planet. However, in spite of that, he was still the king of pop. He still revolutionized the music industry, and he was still a great musician. Those two things can be true at the same time. And you can acknowledge those two things at the same time, right? Just because you don't like him, which again, he was a monster, you shouldn't, but just because you don't like him as a person doesn't mean that he didn't do those things and that his music was not revolutionary for the time. Those two things are true at the same time, and some people kind of have a hard grasp of that. So because I've made videos on the Holy Nation, I must stand for them. Because I acknowledge that the Holy Nation, despite all of their flaws, they are actually in a decent shape in terms of like their faction, in terms of their economy, their security, and all that stuff. Even though they're morally apprehensible, I must stand for them. Don't. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. People are nuts. Bill Cosby, yeah. Dude was a great comedian. He was a good comedian for the time. He had a famous career in comedy. He was a good comedian. He was a fucking terrible person. Look at what he did. Those two things can be true at the same time. If there was another major faction added to the game, where would they reside on the map and what would their culture be? Well, you see, they'd be dwarves. And they'd base in the Fog Islands or down by the Fishman Isles. No. If I had to add another faction to the game, what would I add? That is a good question. That is a good question. I'd like to see a faction, I think. I'd like to see some more activity here. There's not really much happening here. Right? Right around here. And I think that this is a really cool area that we could have some good factions. I think there's not one there. Now, what would they be? I have no idea. Maybe like a cult that worships spiders because they're based off of Iraq. Wow. Clip that. Somebody clip that. Because they're based off of Iraq. And so I think a faction based right here that has like a cult of the spider that worships the skin spiders of Iraq, and they worship the Bugmaster, and then maybe they go in and they fight the camel spiders. They go in and they fight the Shek because they're like fighting, you know, or they like feed Shek to a rack. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. That would be really, really cool. Okay, guys, we're making serious progress on this, though. I'm feeling really good about this. I'm feeling really good about this. She's looking nice. She's looking real nice. And as you guys can see, all of the buildings, navigable. You can go inside them. They work. You know, biggest question I always get is, do the buildings work? Yes, the buildings all work. The stairs work. I showed it earlier, but for anybody that's new, you can come up the stairs. They do go up, and you can get up to the top level via the stairs. They do work. There is a slight delay with the AI that's happening right now, but that's fine. But yeah, you can go up and down the stairs. They do work to get through, you know, to either platform. So that's pretty badass. So yeah, okay. So we need to fill in some of this area back here, some of this gap in the middle. So I got to figure out how I'm going to do that with this wonky camera. It's going to take a bit of work, bit of finagling, but we'll figure it out because that's what we do. That's what we do. Okay. Maybe we'll put a tower there because we could have the tower kind of like holding up the holding things up a little bit. No, it's gonna mesh with the pylons too much. Never mind. Scrap that. Scrap that idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. It's gonna mesh with the pylons too much. This part's gonna be such a bitch because the camera will only for like free cam. It's either free cam or I have to use like I have to lock onto the character in order to get my camera down there. So this is going to be such a pain in the ass. I'm back for real this time. Welcome back, Dragon. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. How do we want to do this? Right here could probably work. Although that kind of blocks off the entryway. I'm more focused on this center area. I think I should focus on the center area over there. Place them on the top level and then drop them vertically once they're in place. Oh, that's an idea. That's an idea. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I think the only concern placing them in there isn't going to be like, I guess, the end of the world. I'll get it done. The main concern is getting it lined up with stuff. That's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. But I can always fly in there with free cam and then kind of like move stuff around and figure it out from there. I think I got it. I think I can do this. Drop another saloon. I think that'll be a good idea. The other thing is that like aesthetically, I'm trying to make sure that it fits and that it lines up with, you know, obviously everything else. Yeah, it's gonna be such a pain in the ass. Okay, so we can use free cam to get the rough shape done, like the rough shape down, and I can kind of finagle it from here. So there is that. So I guess I can make this work. I can make this work. I can make this work. Got to be mindful of clipping and stuff, and I should be able to make this work. Little tough, but we'll figure it out. I like that. Seems to be a good idea. Seems to be good placement. Let's double check to make sure it's working. Yeah, there we go. It's no different from running beneath Flats Lagoon. Yeah, and yeah, I can run people down there. Can you even move people down there? Yeah, absolutely. And controlling your characters down here actually isn't as hard as building down here, and I'll show you why. I just realized this a couple of minutes ago, but I'll show you why. So Sekiro, go ahead and move over here. So the camera, if you double click on your character portrait and you lock onto it, I have no issue moving beneath here. It doesn't have any issue. Okay, so you can move characters down here. You just have to be locked onto them. The issue is like when you're not locked onto a character. So moving people around down here actually is more than doable. You just have to be locked onto a character. That's all, which I think is fair. I think that's fair. And it's more than doable. Like if I had to navigate through this regularly, I think I could get used to having to be locked onto a character to navigate through the lower portions of the city. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe that's just me, but I don't think it's that bad. Oop, 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 oop. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. I accidentally lowered that a bit. Lowered the platform. That's on me. All right, there we go. There we go. Control Z, Control Z. Literally. Okay. Raise that up. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then we fly through. Let's see how much room we have left down here. So we got to put something like right here, I think. A building right here. We can put a small building. Probably one of these buildings right there. And that'll fill that out. And then from there, I think all I'm going to do is put a gate right here, and that should take care of that. I think once I drop a gate right there, that should be. Yeah. Throw a gate right there, and that's. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's that bad. Yeah, it's the average Kenshi experience. You're correct. That's correct. You are correct. You are right. Okay, yeah, so we just need to put another building right here to fill in this gap, this little gap space. And then the rest of this space is going to get filled in with merchant stalls and stuff to make the place feel more lively and stuff like that. Maybe you could have buildings to hide the stairs into the cliff. What do you mean, like these? Like this stair? These set of stairs? I think I just kind of like viewed these stairs as more like scaffolding, like for the bridge. Like it's meant to look like scaffolding for the bridge. Really like rough, rudimentary scaffolding. And then I'm gonna put something right here to deal with these floating pylons. But the stairs here, I'm kind of viewing those more as scaffolding. Yeah. Is it just me, or is the Kenshi font really low quality? It might just be you. What's your stream setting to? Because I'm streaming at 1080p, and I'm downscaling from like 2K. You know what it is? It's because I have my UI mask turned off. I really need to install the Rest add-on. Does that fix it for you? That fix it for your primer? It's because I'm pretty sure it's because I have my UI mask off. So sometimes the depth of field will affect the UI if I don't have the mask on. So if I turn DOF off, usually that fixes it too. So pretty sure that's what it is. It's just the depth of field screwing with UI. There's an add-on that fixes it. I've just been too fucking lazy to go get it. It's called the Rest add-on. If you're using my shader and you can't deal with that, then I would recommend getting the Rest add-on. It does help. Yeah, get the Rest add-on, and it removes the need for the mask, and it also basically it separates the UI on the draw cell level, so the UI doesn't get affected by effects or anything like that anymore. I just turn off the UI mask while I'm building because one, I've been too lazy to get that add-on, but also because sometimes being able to not having the UI shape down here is helpful for me. But to each their own. Yeah, get the Rest add-on if it bothers you, and you're using my reshade. But that's what it was. It was just because I didn't have the mask on. All right, old house C. No, not the C. I don't need C. I need B. Old house B. Yeah, it's B. Is it? Is it B? B. Maybe. Possibly. I think so. No, it is C. It is C. That house is old. It's old as dirt. Old as dirt. Very old. All right, so we're going to slap that right there. That is not the one I wanted. God damn it, I knew it. I knew it when I selected it. It lied to me. I knew that it was B. I said, no, it's not B, it's C. I lied to myself. I lied to all of you. You'll bring great shame upon the battlefield. Shameful display. I have not played Total War, Shogun 2 Total War in so long. And I need to. It's a great game. Really good mods for it too. No, that's not the right one either. What the fuck? What the fuck? I just had it a minute ago. You know what am I doing? Which one is this? Old house? Just normal old house? Jesus Christ. I make things so difficult. My own fault. Normal old house, huh? Dot squared old house. Jesus. There we go. I make things so difficult sometimes. All right. Firstly, we need to make sure this is lined. Yeah, this is lined right now. So we're going to bring this back here. We're going to see when it clips through that building. That's how I know that it's far enough back. Pull it forward just a little bit. Like that. And then we'll raise it up, up, up. Just like that. And then we're going to fly in there with free cam to see if it is working the way we need to. Sorry if I just gave everyone a whiplash when I did that. I apologize. I will not be paying your medical bills, though. I could probably move it over a little bit, to be honest with you. Move it over, open up the walkway just a little bit. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. We're gonna move this over just a tiny bit. I can also use Sekiro here to help me with micro adjustments where I don't for the camera and whatnot. Because I can just lock onto him and then have him run. That's actually way more convenient. Okay, cool. Cool. Teeny bit. Little teeny beeny bit. Nice. Nice, everybody. Nice. We are coming right along. We're coming around the mountain. And she comes. I think, in terms of buildings, I think we've got all the buildings down here that we need. I like this. This is good. He's good. Yes, he's most good. Yeah, I think in terms of buildings, we've gotten down here settled out. This place looks nice. It's kind of cramped, which is cool. That kind of is the vibe. All right, I don't know why he just clipped right through those stairs. That's something I'm going to have to address. The fact that he just walked through them. Can he go up those stairs? Did he just clip through for shits and giggles? What, Yeah, he can go up. That was so weird then. Very odd. All right, so Sekiro is magic. Hell yeah. So now we got to get the situation over here with like the entryway figured out. Now we've got to get the entryway figured out. So, historically speaking, with the entryways, I've always done a big gate right here. And I think that's probably still going to be the way that I do it. Okay. So then we're going to put down a gate. Now, this is an old settlement. Old. So I'm going to go with my old tried and true favorite, which is the defensive wall, the wall B gate, I think. Wall B, wall defensive gate B. Literally probably one of my favorite walls. And if I do it right, I won't even need to worry about including what is it? Like I won't have to worry about including any other walls to like block areas off. I just need the gate. Now this, I'm pretty sure I have that backwards now. Pretty sure that is facing the wrong direction, so I might need to flip that after the fact. Hard to say. But I'm almost positive this is. I am almost positive. Over a tiny bit. A teeny bit. The teensiest. Sekiro, you can't get off over here, can you? I want to see if. Yeah, you can't run off. So that gate actually blocks off the base pretty well. Which is cool. Mighty cool. Much cool. Most good. I need to verify if this is backwards. I need verification. Walls. Wall B. Wall B gate. Let's see. Yeah, that's backwards. That's definitely backwards. I'm gonna have to rotate this piece. This POS. Okay. Yeah, this has to get rotated. Please rotate from the center. No, of course not. Why would you? Nope, that'd be too easy. Bastardo, that's what that is. All right. Gotta stay connected to Sekiro. I remember when I'm doing this to move him. Not usually the avenue I have to go with these kinds of things, but I am having to for this because of the way that this is structured. So I gotta remember to keep doing that. I have to stay locked onto Sekiro. Okay, so down in the corner, raise this up a teensy bit, a teensy bit, and that is cockeyed too. That is not good. Better. Better. Okay, and you know what? Actually, I'm actually gonna back this up a little bit too. We're here. Yeah, we're gonna back that up a little bit, and so we are here, right in through there, and then that should make the base defendable and protected. Yeah. Yeah, well, protected, not really defendable. Not worried about defense on the lower tier because this is. I'm sorry, what? Okay, yeah. So I'm not really worried about defense on the lower tier of the base. Because it's the slums, and I don't think that whoever built this city would care. It's walled off. That's enough. You know, I think that would be enough for them. So they'll pop in here and they'll that'll be that. That'll be that. Now we do need to put something down here to deal with these little walkways here, and I'm wondering if maybe I should just put like an L building here. I think, oh, like a longhouse. I mean, if that would, yeah, I could put like a longhouse here and that would there. So we're gonna straighten that out, and we're gonna drop this down a little bit just to get those on the roof. I don't want them clipping through anything but the roof, and that should be good. It kind of, I don't think it messes with the aesthetics too much because I plan on using the more like these concrete traditional buildings down, I mean up on the next level anyway, so like put that there, and then I can micro adjust it using Sekiro on the camera. Oh, okay, so now we know where the center is, so we can move this into position, and that should allow me to up the city bursar's office. What it is? It's the bag check. It's the gate check. You can easily what is that? You can easily destroy the stairs if they get raided and they are in the slums. Yeah, yeah. Also, the stairs, the ramps at the top of the stairs. Pretty sure those have nodes for harpoon turrets, so we can fire down from the top row to the lower section of this. So while they're murdering the common folk down in the slums, we can prep ourselves to defend against the onslaught of the invaders. The poor people, the poor people. Okay, so I need to rotate this a tiny bit because it's a little off center. It's a little off. Nice. Nice. Okay. We've got that there. No floating, I don't think. There's no floating over here. No floating. Speaking of the bone fields from earlier, what in the world would the creatures the giant rib cages belong to? Those creatures are presumably the kaiju-like entities that were native to Kenshi during the arrival of the First Empire. And they were the reason that the First Empire created the behemoths in the first place. So the behemoths were created to fight those giant, whatever those giant skeletons belong to, and the native fauna of Kenshi, because there was a lot. There was there and there were different kinds too. So, but presumably those giant bones belonged to one of the native inhabitants of Kenshi that the behemoths were created to fight. So that is the general presumption, the general idea. Okay, so we are now, I think, set and ready to move on to the upper area. Because I usually do lighting and stuff last. But yeah, I really like how this looks. I think it looks cool. Looks cool as hell. So now we can do the upper area. This area will be a hell of a lot easier to build. I can tell you that much. Just because we are not here. Hey, Artie, how are you? I am good. I am good. I am good. Are Leviathans related to those giant rib cages in the bone fields? In my opinion, uh, either the Leviathans are related to them. They are the evolution of of those creatures in the same way that like T Rexes became chickens and other dinosaurs became birds. They're like the natural de-evolution as like the oxygen level on Kenshi, decreased. I think during the time that they were around when the terraforming started, the oxygen levels were a lot higher, and so that gave way to megafauna. Um, but or the leviathans are just at the time they were just a smaller creature that is now the largest creature on Kenshi because they were able to adapt to the decreases in oxygen, because we can reasonably assume that at the time that those giant boned creatures were walking around, the oxygen levels on Kenshi were likely significantly higher, um, because that's one of the causes of megafauna. Um, and whatnot, as well as the potential that gravity was different. I mean, like Kenshi has a lower gravity by nature, so the Leviathans are possibly related, but it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. We don't have enough. It's just bones. We don't have enough information, and unfortunately, the skulls and stuff aren't even fully modeled, so we don't really know. Are you doing a mod? No, I'm doing a base build. I do base building videos on my channel, and I thought I would spice things up on this lovely Sunday evening by doing a base building video live, so people can watch the full process instead of watch me do it at 200 times speed, which is what they usually watch it at. So, all right. So now we're gonna do up here. Now up here is gonna be easier because we have access to lagoon buildings, um, and we could do towers. I'm pretty sure I can actually do towers if I do this right. No, because those will clip. Yeah, so we're gonna have to use the lagoon platforms, the lagoon buildings, which is fine. I'm fine with it. Where is not the large house, the L house? There it is. All right, Lagundo is a YouTuber that does content very, very, very much not like my own. All right, so this is going to be the upper echelon. This is where like the merchant districts are. This is where this is where the people dance. What mods are you using to gain access to these buildings in Shift F12? All of the mods that I use are linked in the description below. I have a collection available for public download, as well as the load order for that collection listed in the um, what is it, in the collection? So it's all right there for you. Yeah. Are you intentionally saying lagoon platforms, or am I just hearing that wrong? No, I'm doing it on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose. It makes me laugh. It's purely on purpose. Purely on purpose. I do it for the laughs. I do everything for the laughs. It's what I do. I live for the laughs. All right, let's raise these boys up. Pooch them over. The way they're lined up nicely. Good, 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 good. I want to make sure they're not clipping through, so part of it. That's why I'm using the lagoon platforms. Hero, have you or anyone else watched Iron Lung made by Markiplier? I have not yet. My sister-in-law, who's like quite a bit younger than me. I gotta say quite a bit. She's a good amount younger than me. Actually, just went to go see it. She's a big fan of Markiplier. She went to go see it. I have not had a chance to watch it yet, though. No, I don't. I don't really have a lot of free moments these days, unfortunately, to go see movies. It was at the one of the movie places near me, uh, where it is. I don't even know exactly when it comes out. I think it's already out, but yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, it's based off the indie game that he became really, really involved with. I don't know if he was involved in like the process of making it, or if he played it and then like basically got really into it the way that I did with Kenshi, or like what the deal with that was. But yeah, I know that he was really big into the game, and now there's a movie, and he's a part of it. He's a part of it. Okay. I liked it a lot. It's a big slow burn, if you like that kind of thing. One thing I do know about it that I thought was really interesting was that the movie. It's my understanding that the movie holds the record currently for the most amount of fake blood ever used in a movie. Um, which I thought was interesting. Uh, yeah, I thought that was a really interesting little tidbit of information. Holds the record for the most amount of fake blood ever used in a movie. Okay. I remember watching about 5 minutes of him playing Subnautica before I had to stop. He was screaming. Yeah, yep, yep. It's because what is it? Big reactions, big giant reactions like that get. I mean that's what it brings in the money, baby. It brings in the money. You got to do it. They're clippable moments. 80,000 gallons of it. Yeah, Jesus Christ, that's a lot. That is a horrifying amount. My lord, truly horrifying. We're gonna dismantle this small shack. We don't need that anymore. All right. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'm gonna go for a bit to see what's wrong with the textures. Kenshi, where's Beep? So Beep is not here currently because we're not. This is one of the few times where I'm not playing Kenshi. I'm doing base build. Doing a nice intricate deep build. Nice intricate deep build. Actually, one of my more one of my more ambitious builds, to be honest with you. It's a pretty ambitious one. Pretty ambitious one. Okay. There are a lot of tornado chasers who scream nonstop, but the one who is calm and chill the whole time is most popular. Go figure. Pecos Hank, if anyone's wondering. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, it makes sense. I feel like it makes sense. If everyone is going for the over the top reaction, eventually people are going to get sick of it, and then people are going to start looking for the one guy that's not screaming his head off. You know what? I don't know if I. God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! I don't know. I don't want to do the clipping up here, so I don't want to use more buildings, but I feel like these don't have enough variation in their elevation. And that is going to drive me nuts because this is supposed to be like the upper portion of the city. I need some bigger buildings, dang it. I need some bigger buildings. Nail house will help. That'll help a bit. But yeah, I need some bigger buildings. I need some nice big buildings, some thick boys, some thick buildings. Uh I am stoked to get my final screenshots of this one once it's done. It's gonna look really cool. Very stoked about that. I always love taking screenshots of my base once they're done. It's like one of my favorite parts of doing base building. Obviously, this one's not gonna have a. I'm not. It's not gonna have the like. I'm not gonna be able to do the montage like I usually do at the end, just because I do that in post. But, yeah, good. It's good. It's good. Very good. Nice, nice. I had no idea how beautiful Kenji was till very recently. God, I'm so used to full to to fully graphics. Yeah, I mean, listen, Kenshi is a gorgeous game. It's a gorgeous game. Even like, hold on, let's exit out all the fluff for a minute and just go free cam. Just sit here, like even just looking over the horizon, right? If you get a good shader on, add a couple of effects. Like I don't my game's graphics are fully. Yeah, he meant to say fugly, but yeah, no, that makes sense. I think he meant to say fugly. You're correct, but no, like Kenshi is such a gorgeous game. Truly, like it's such a gorgeous game. If you just mess with it a bit. My graphics are all in-game settings and my shader that I made. That's it. That's all my graphics are. And I think Kenshi's gorgeous. Like just gorgeous. All right, so how are we coming along? Um very very good. Very very good. I think I need to Fugly is a grown-up word or a kid word? Fugly would be a grown-up word. That would be a grown-up word. for my children. Yeah. No, so like my distinction for that was what is it? I wanted like I was like, I don't care if they say things like frickin'. I don't care if they say heck. I don't care if they, say that stuff. Like, I'm okay with them like getting away with like saying like that kind of stuff, right? Like the non-swearing versions. Like some people like are like, frickin' is just you trying to get away with saying fuck. Yeah, but the point is that you're not saying fuck, right? And so I'm okay with them using the alternatives. Um, I just didn't want them to be using the adult ones because like obviously like they have to you can't be going to school and saying screaming fuck. You can't be doing that. It's not good. It's not a good look. Not a good look for you, not a good look for me. You just don't do that. So we had to come up with something that they could say. And we made the distinction between kid words and grown up words and well, there we are. Did you pass 100 viewers on a base building stream? It does appear that I did. It does appear that I did. Genuinely shocked by it. It's funny. My actual like uh what is it like my actual streams like my gameplay streams have been getting between 100 and 200 people, and that's been fucking awesome, right? That's been awesome. But I wasn't expecting. I never expect any of my non like gameplay stuff to get very much. And so it's always really cool when it does. I just had this really cool idea to slap a gate right here because we gotta. What is it? You come on up, and then we gotta have another wall of defense between the poor folk and the rest of them. So we gotta slap this gate here and see how that looks. Slap a gate here, and it's kind of a rudimentary gate. It's not super nice. And I'll throw some concrete walls in and then have it line the perimeter. I think if I can do that, I might see if I can do that. I'm gonna have to save and reload. Gonna have to save and reload. Can you see my comments? Yes, I can see your comments, RT. I can. I apologize. I just I'm also trying to build and also read as many comments as I can. Usually I'm like really like read every comment, but sometimes they get moving pretty quick or I'm really into what I'm doing and as a result it's harder to focus. So I'm trying my best. I apologize if I miss anyone's comments though. What was your other comment? The one we made? Do you think that the world of Kenshi with dinosaurs like Rex's Raptors would be an interesting, more fun gameplay? I do. I do. I think that dinosaurs would add some really cool stuff to Kenshi. Like I don't think they should add them into the base game, but I do think that like dinosaurs in Kenshi is a neat concept. This gate needs to be lowered a bit. That's what needs to happen. Lower this thing a bit. It's a little too high. This gate is too damn high. I will bulldoze this gate. Never apologize. Make a comment before and after every post he makes, so it all bleeds together. Okay, so I have to save and reload again on this because I just moved that gate, and before I can place down another gate, like the walls and stuff, I need to have the gate be persistent. Hopefully this doesn't crash at the repeatedly loading. Sometimes if I load too quickly multiple times, it causes crashes, so hopefully that's not the case. But if it does, no big deal. We'll ride with it. Crashes are temporary. Crashes are temporary. Okay. 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 I think we're in the clear. Once that green bar goes away, all right, I think we're okay. All right, so now we're going to put this wall down. We're going to do a concrete wall up top because I almost never use the concrete wall, and I just think, you know what, the concrete wall would be cool. It's going to require a stupid amount of work, though, because... Oh, actually, no, that works out well right there. This one's going to require a little bit of adjustment on that side, but that's fine. And then... Yeah, so we're going to have to manually adjust that one, but this one over here, actually, is not half bad. Not half bad. All right, then we'll have to remove these duds. That was a stupid amount of work. Yeah, so I forgot. So the concrete walls, I forgot how they like how they do this. They like I don't know. They're big and they bend different than normal walls. is what it is. So I have to like, I forgot that I just forgot how they're shaped. I guess I'm gonna have to manually adjust them, of course, but concrete wall. My thought is that I can basically encase the entire upper city in concrete walls, and I think that would look really cool. But it may require some physical adjustments on my end using the Shift F12. And I think that's going to be the case. Yeah, but we can almost get it, which is really fucking cool, to be honest with you. This one I'm going to have to manually adjust because it's going to cut through, and I'm also going to have to move this over slightly, just a little bit. Then take this wall, rotate it ever so slightly, ever so slightly. And here we're going to we have to move these over. I don't mind if there's a little bit of clipping in the buildings. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. But I do have to be mindful of it and acknowledge that it's going to happen. And then like adjust for it so that way I can minimize it. Okay. 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 So they come on up here, and then there's this big concrete wall up at the top here that they have to pass through, and I think that's really fucking cool. I think that's really cool. And then obviously the main, keep will be right here. Although actually now that there is this bridge, I could actually probably use the citadel like I wanted to originally as the primary like large keep here because that's what I wanted to do originally, but it was not functioning with the bridge that I had originally selected quite as well. That doesn't look like it's going to be a problem anymore. So, boomski. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Boom. That is nice. That is nice. The color palette on this base is kind of all over the map, and it's throwing me off a little bit. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, yeah. Aesthetically, like there's so much variation in the color palette right now. I don't know. Is that something that just bothers me? Am I just a fucking lunatic, or is it actually something that's annoying to look at? Let me know. What do you guys think? The variation in the building colors and stuff, is it too much? Looks good. Looks good. What is the consensus? What is the idea? Um the concrete barrier is the liminal bridge between the lower Tripoli and the more modern look. Both. Okay, okay. Yeah, because my thought down here is that these buildings are like quickly manufactured buildings, right? Like they're just thrown together. They're not really like detailed. They're not really like even foundationally secure the way that like maybe these buildings are, where these have like a frame and they're held together and all that stuff. Okay, well if it's just me being fucking crazy, that's fine. Okay, I'm okay with it. All right, then I'm going to save again and reload because I need these walls to. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm going to do this wall here. No, because that one I had to mainly do. Yeah. Let's see. Walls, concrete walls. So the consensus is that it's weird, but it's because we're all weird. Fair enough. I'll take it. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do some wonky shit with this one. I may have to manually do the rest of this wall. But if that's the case, to be honest with you, if I'm gonna end up having to do this the stupid way anyway, um, I hold on. Oh shit. Okay, that's not what I meant. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. There we go. If I'm gonna have to do this the stupid way anyway, though, I might as well get what I can done and then manually add the rest in and then save and reload. Save myself the headache. The little things, It's the little things. I always considered the more buildings more posh. So this area will look a lot less like posh and a lot less clean once I throw in like torches and I fill it with like market stalls. Because like right now, I think what's throwing it off a bit is obviously like the buildings themselves have that kind of like whiter concrete, but I think what's throwing it off a bit is all of this empty space makes it seem clean. And once I fill it with like market stalls and tables and benches and all that stuff and do the decorative crap, I think that will uh I think that'll help with it a bit. Now, I do think I can. I think I'm going to change these buildings out and change those to something to maybe make them seem more posh. You've probably answered this before, but with all your hours in Kenshi, what's your favorite location base wise? It is my favorite location that I've ever built in is right here in the Cannibal Plains. This area right here, easily my favorite location. It's super versatile, and I love building in the Cannibal Plains. Super fucking cool. Easily right there. And then the Fog Islands. Upper levels should have a lot of plants because they want to show off their wealth in the desert. And reduce their water use. Slave cages. Yeah. So, all right. So we're gonna decorate the bottom tier, and then up here, I'm gonna replace these buildings with something else. Because these are not giving the vibe that I want. Also, I think I'm gonna actually replace this ancient citadel with the clean variant. Because the broken one is coming off a little slumly. So we're gonna replace it with the clean variant. There is a cleaner variant, and we're gonna do that one. So ancient citadel, not the ruins, ancient factory, ancient lab. That's the one. The hard part is getting it lined up. How do you think disabled people in Kenji are treated? Not well. Uh, not well. Not well. Survival in Kenshi is difficult enough for someone who doesn't unfortunately have like disability or anything like that. I can only imagine how they unfortunately treat those that are not so not in a good position physically. Unfortunately, tough to say, but oh, there's that one with the ramp and the gate. Ancient lab plus gate. Oh, I'm gonna have to put the fucking. God damn it! All right, fine. Uh, ramp, gate. Do I have to wait until it connects, or does it auto clip? Can't remember. Can't remember. I clip on there, you bastard. Ramp and strong gate. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to rotate all of this. Luckily, rotating it with it should be fine. It's actually easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a giant pain in the ass. Nice. Nice. That was actually way easier than I thought it was going to be. Let me just make sure this ramp is lined up well. I think it's lined up well. Yeah, looks good to me. Looks good to me. Cool. I like it. So this is the nice clean one there. I'm down with that. And then I got to figure out what I'm going to replace these with because these buildings do not fit the vibe. They don't look clean enough. So I got to figure out what I'm going to replace these buildings with. So we're going to get rid of these. L House. Legumes. Insatiable Legume. Insatiable Legume. Alright. Alrighty. My baby don't mess around no more. Alright. Down to the walls. Concrete wall big. Yeah, we'll go with that. Try to get this as much of an angle as I can. Although, actually, I could probably just avoid the angle now since the buildings aren't there, and I'm going to end up doing something different. So, let's avoid the angle. We'll get these nice narrow straight sections figured out. Straighten this out a bit, and we'll go from there. I might just manually place these down. Little off, but it's not the end of the world. 8. Cool. And then you, same deal. We'll rotate you into position. Not the end of the world. There we go. All right, so I'm going to manually place these down. And I think that'll add quite a bit to the wall section. And we got to find a cleaner building variant to put up top to make the bottom part look more compact, look more slumly. And then again, once we do the decorations and stuff, that'll really add to it. And then finally, I'm going to level things out by filling in the gaps here with rocks and stuff like that. Okay. We're cooking now, everybody. We're cooking now. The base is coming along. Save it again. Now we're going to start manually placing down walls that we can place in with we can place in as we need to. So concrete walls. Oh, actually, did this adjust with the? Yeah, it did. That's cool. No, it didn't. That's fine. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna do that wild shit right there. Okay, make a loop-de-loop, and that will give me all the walls that I need that I can then manually move into position to make them look the way that I want. Cool. We do need to push these back a bit. Teensy bit. Doesn't need to be super perfect, but I do want it to look clean. This is supposed to be like a higher end area. High society. Local. Patient. And this is always the part that is easily the most boring in any build that I do is all the like micro edits and all that stuff. None of the big stuff, but this is the stuff that makes it, right? Like this is what really gets the build together, really puts it together. Technically the Nugget Mafia started disabled. That's true. That's true. Beep carried around the Don and was his legs for a while until Beep's unfortunate demise. But by then the Don was able to walk on his own. He was up and fighting. But yeah, no, Beep was the Don's legs for a while. All right. The solution is to get a faction so wealthy in advance that they can mass produce skeleton limbs to donate to the needy or become a become the cultural change you want to see. Yeah, that's the answer. That's the answer. That's the answer. Got to squeeze the fruit to get the juice. You're right. You're right. You're right. Listen, you're right. When you're right, you're right. You are right. When you're right, you're right. So this one, I'm actually gonna have to clip a little bit because it's gonna overreach on the second wall. So there's gonna be a little bit of clipping on this one. Hopefully we don't have too much flickering with it, which is the goal. I want to avoid flickering if I can. Flickering is always annoying. It is a little off, little off kilter, little off kilter. All right, so then we raise it up. Nice. We put it over. And a little flickering, but honestly, not bad. Honestly, not bad. Next, this wall here. Rotate you. Great, like almost 90 degrees. 50 degrees, I guess, is what it is in here, but that's 50 degrees from where it started anyway. Down. Ever see the Whitest Kids You Know skit about Landmine Factor? I haven't seen that one. My favorite Whitest Kids You Know skit, though, is the Abe Lincoln one. Acty! Acty! Why you hammer him in the ass? Why you hammer my ass? So funny. So funny. Or that one was it when you're gaming and your mom comes, the one guy who doesn't turn his mic off, I think that's what it was. That one killed me too. Shit's funny. Funny guys. Uh, there we go. That's the one. All right, and I think I'm going to actually leave this bridge unwalled because there's actually a gate up at the top of the citadel here, so I don't see the point in having a wall there. Galen's of PCP has always been my favorite. It's so unhinged. Yep, Galen's of PCP will do that to you. That reminds me of what is it? Dragon Ball Z Bridge when what is it? Mr. Popo does he does a shit ton of acid up on the lookout. He's like he just got done dropping a gallon of acid, like a gallon from a literal milk jug. I don't even know where he got it from. He never leaves the lookout. He's just up there. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. So classic stuff, guys. Classic stuff. Uh, Seems logical as a man of taste. Is a man of taste. That's right. That's right. Man of culture. Man of taste. Man of decorum. Ugh, this wall is gonna be the death of me. It's not even actually difficult. It's just fucking time consuming. It's just time consuming. That's all. This is the part. It'll be worth it when it's done because like it'll look nice. It'll look clean. It'll look uniform. But like, damn. Okay, so we're almost there. It'll look good when it's done. It'll be worth it when it's done. Worth it when it's done. And then we just need to oh, you know, maybe I actually instead of doing like a gate, maybe I'll extend the wall straight over. Maybe I'll extend it straight over. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyone's game now. Anyone's game now. Leave the floating concrete blocks as a threat aimed at the poor. I'll be like Vivek. At any instant, I could drop this. I could drop the entire lower city, and it'll be on you. It'll be on you. I'll be like Vivek, guys. It'll be great. At any given time, I could drop a giant boulder on the city. Oh my god, I think I'm gonna be like two walls short. I think I'm gonna be like two walls short. Turn this one a tiny bit. Teensy bit, teensy bit. Until I reload, they're gonna flicker in and out like that, which is always annoying. Makes it difficult to get things lined up because I have to look at it from a bad angle. There we go. Okay. Okay. So obviously I need at least another wall piece, and we can go from there. Yeah, she's coming right along though. This is nice. This is nice. He's nice. He's good. He's nice. Concrete wall. I need two, so we're gonna drop those two there, and I think a third one spawned. We're gonna say no to that. Say no to that third one. We're gonna say no. We're gonna move you out of the way. And oh no, I'm gonna need three more. Shit! I am gonna need another one. Sad for me. I deleted the third one, and I actually am gonna need it. I was a fool. I was a fool. Shouldn't have done it. I did. I deleted the third one. I'm just a fool. All right. So a whole gallon of acid would cost anywhere somewhere in the range of $430 million, assuming the microdose was $10. Where did Mr. Popo get that kind of money? He's Mr. fucking Popo, man. He doesn't need it. He's Mr. Popo. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need that kind of money. He just does it. He just does stuff. And don't tell him what to do. It's cockeyed. Better. A little better. A little cockeyed. There we go. We gotta lower it down this way. Okay. You gotta have a real level of patience with this crap. Patience that I don't really like. But I do it anyway because other people like it, and I live for the opinions of others, allegedly. Possibly. I'm doing YouTube, so it's kind of true. And we're going to have to clip that just. Okay, cool. Cool. So the wall is now walled. The upper city is now walled. Now we got to figure out what building types we're going to use, because the more collection, the problem with the more buildings is they're going to clip through like that, and that's going to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to save it. Okay, so now that the wall is done, the wall, you'll never see me fall. I'm going to take half a minute to throw some, like, turrets. So, I mean, it's actually, I think I got to put a ramp. I can put a ramp down. Where's the ramp? Where's the ramp at? The concrete ramp at? I don't like that it's so fucking varied in its approach and, like, where you can put it. That's annoying. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can take this ramp and I can just slide it on over like that. All right, so now it's symmetrical and my brain can rest. Okay, so there's ramps down now. You can get up onto the wall. We're gonna slap some turrets down because we need those. We gotta get some turrets. Now this is where the wealthy are. I'll put some spotlights down. I'm gonna put some multi-barreled auto turrets, and then I'll drop some spotlights down too, I think. Or actually, you know what? I'll do multi-barreled auto turrets with lights. There we go. That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted. This is what fuels me. Good. It's good. And then I won't be able to put the other one down until I reload. But yeah, okay, so we got multi-barrel auto turrets down. Those will shoot down there. And then is there... There is not. I thought there might be nodes right here that I could attach turrets to, but there is not. Most unfortunate. That's okay, though. I'm okay with it. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay, so now we got to figure out what buildings we're going to use up top. That's the next bit. That is the next bit. Because we need it to look nice. We need to look clean. We need to look classy. I could use... Maybe I can use the more buildings, but I'll use a different version. Maybe I'll use the ones that have these lines on them. Oh, shit. That was not the button I meant to hit. Get myself whiplash. Will there be farms at the ground level for the lowest plebeians? Yeah, so I'll probably end up doing farms like out here, like in this section right here, or like down here, like surrounding the base. There might be some agriculture, but for the most part, I think this place is going to be like, because the problem with having farms down here is that, like, animals run amok, right? The Leviathan coast has heavy fauna, literally heavy in the form of the Leviathans, but it also got beak things, Garu. I mean, it's got all the stuff, right? And so my thought is that the buildings, and also depending on when this city was built, you know, it may have been built during a time when the water levels were maybe a little higher, maybe they're a little lower. And so my thought is that this is maybe an area, like they primarily subsist off of hunting down animals, and they live on meat more than anything else. They don't really farm. Terrace farmers, it could, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to reconcile in my head the way that they could go about resources and whatnot. Obviously, some of the stuff can happen the underneath the outpost, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'll go underneath the outpost and I'll put another like really shitty makeshift wall underneath the outpost, with some tents and stuff like that. So yeah, so they'll have like tents. Um, yeah, so down here maybe we'll do farming down here, and we'll have like tents and shit like that. So like it's just a really crappy place to live. Really crappy. Underneath the slums is the slums. Underneath the slums is the super slums. It's like the slums, but like slums squared. Slums squared. All right, so I'm gonna place these down, and I'm gonna raise them up a bit and see how much the clipping really is a problem. So certain buildings clip a tiny bit, but I can live with a tiny bit. Do you guys think these ones look a little bit more elegant with the added detail? What do you guys think? They look a little bit more like put together better. They have a little bit better framing, all that stuff, a little bit more metal. Yeah, yeah. I think they look a little nicer. They look a little bit like a little bit ritzier, a little ritzier. Putting on a Ritz. They have a bit more detail. They're not just like manufactured. They were customized. They're reinforced. Like these ones down here look like they're primarily concrete with like wooden posts. These ones look like they're concrete, but then they have like metal frames. They're a little bit like nicer. They're a little bit more put together. So yeah, we'll run with that. We're putting on the Ritz now. Putting on the Ritz. The Ritz. Which is cool because this isn't supposed to be like the higher class, like the highest class. Obviously, like you have your elite, you have your middle class, you have your lower class, and then you have like your like lowest class. So that's kind of the vibe that we're going for here. And we're gonna try to put more like primarily larger buildings up here. Primarily larger buildings is the thought, because it's gonna be this is where people put on the Ritz, put on the Ritz. Outpost 4 looks like that. Indeed, indeed. Maybe we'll throw an outpost building in here, depending. I know that they have they're like really deep under the map, so I do have to be mindful of clipping, and that's kind of one of the things that one of the things I'm concerned about is clipping. Um, because I can clip through a little bit, but if I clip through too much, it's going to be super noticeable. Because it'll actually stick out of the ceiling of the other side. However, depending, I might be able to make one or two buildings. Where is it? Wherefore art thou? Here we go. Depending, I might be able to make one or two of these buildings actually accessible from the wall. I might I might have to move the ramps, which is fine. I'm okay with moving the ramp. I'm okay with it. I'm gonna put this here as a test and see how it goes, and then drop it and see if it clips down through the bottom. And I might be able to make the ramps, or extend the stairs. The problem with extending the stairs is the stair extensions are also stupid fucking long. Stupid fucking long. So I have to be mindful of that as well. So here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm going to take you and I'm gonna drop you down onto the wall like that, and then I can adjust the ramp if this works out. I might just adjust the ramp, but so I'm gonna rotate it so it's in the corner, so it's not quite as egregious in terms of that empty space balance. No, that clips through. That clips through. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Not one bit. All right, so we'll just drop some more buildings up here. I'm gonna try to use larger buildings here. Larger buildings here. The bottom level is for the untouchables, the hive soldiers. Logic. Listen, man, you've got to drop this hatred, but it's probably gonna be the hyper class. It's probably gonna be the hyper drones. It's probably gonna be the hyper drones. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I ain't fooling nobody. Uh, the Ritz. Oh, where's the saloon? Actually, we'll hit the saloon. Hit the saloon. The saloon. Saloon D. Nice. That there. Do. Gotta have a place for the nobles to get. It's got to be a place for the nobles to get crunked. You know, that's something you got to consider. Where will the nobles get crunk? And the answer is here. The nobles get crunked here. There it is. I wonder if hivers sweat. That is a good question. That is a good question. I don't think so for some reason. I don't imagine so. Not the vibe that I get from them. I don't get the vibe that they are sweaty individuals. I'm actually gonna move these to be like straight straight on right here. I think that looks better. I think that looks better. Okay. So these live build videos, are these something you guys would want to see me do more of in the future? Obviously, I'll still do long form ones, but like, how do you guys feel about this? Is this something you guys want to see me do more in the future? Maybe on some of my Sunday streams when I don't have other games that I'm interested in playing on live stream. Uh, it's funny. I've always pictured the hivers as being very like dry skin, like crocodile elbow. The lice builds. Lice builds are a different thing. Different thing. Different thing. I don't know what they are, but that sounds horrifying. Sounds horrifying. Okay, so we got that there. Going. Let's see what other buildings we can drop down. Um, raised house. How is this one gonna cut? Now that one's gonna definitely have some drop through. Where's the old house? We can use some of the old houses up here. We can just do the old houses with the yeah, old house squared. There we go. That's what we wanted. That's the thing we want for it. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit more laid back, a little bit nicer, a little bit cooler. You know, it's not my usual kind of thing, not my usual kind of video. Yeah, I mean usual kind of stream. It's my usual video, just not my usual kind of stream. Kind of breaks it up, you know. It's a nice break from the monotony. Get this in position. Plus, again, you know, in all of my build videos, I speed it up a shit ton, and you know, I have to make it go super quick. For the sake of the video and time constraints and all that stuff. So it's nice to you know, maybe have uh be able to sit down and do a build that's not going to be sped up and you guys are just listening to me babble in post. Instead, you guys are listening to me babble in real time. Uh, and I can answer questions about things in real time, which is nice. Yeah, guys, remember to like the stream. 150 people is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool for just a random build stream that was planned not at all. I literally like went live and asked people where they wanted me to do a base build. Putting on the Ritz. The Ritz. Now see, this is one of the issues the Lagoon platform has, is it likes to like raise buildings up really stupid when you're trying to place them, so you have to be like mindful of all that. Now, up here, because this is like the fancier area, I'm also or like the you know higher class, I don't want to make the streets too compact. I think the idea that they would be super compact is not uh like it doesn't fit with what the theme of the area would be. So I am going to make it a little compact, but I'm more so going to try and leave it to be a little bit like open as well. I want it to be open as well. Little compact, but still traversable. You know, still navigable. How about hydroponics? Oh yeah, hydroponics would also work as a way to keep everything going. We could make the bottom area be really heavily functioning in hydroponics. Um, that could work for sure. That could work for sure. I also want to leave generally like a straight walkway um, for for general usage. The other thing too, and this is something that I've actually been neglecting to think about this whole time, depending on the building types I use, I can actually extend buildings and stack them up where they would walk off of each other. Maybe I'll do that. Who was Flats and what was his purpose in the lagoon? That is hard to say. That is hard to say because the lagoon was an area that was underwater, um, like largely underwater, and we don't know if it was underwater during the First Empire or not. When presumably the platform was built, I'm going to assume the platform was built back then. Lord knows, the size and scale of it and the kind of tech that it uses, the Second Empire wasn't putting shit like that together. Um, so I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the. I mean, it was probably a fishing platform, like or like a an oil platform. I imagine it like an oil rig. To be honest with you, um, it's kind of the vibe that I picture from Flats Lagoon is that it was like an oil rig. Oh shit! Hold on. Idea, idea has crossed my tiny little mind. Dub, 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 dub. You, we'll move you. My tiny little brain has been warped, has been racked by pure idea. Pure idea sauce. Yeah, this should be accessible from the wall. Two little apartments that are accessible from the wall. Cool. It's an idea. It's an idea. It's an idea. Obviously, these buildings are going to need to be raised, but that would help me with some of the issues of things being um, too high. Like the walls being too high, is I could use the walls to actually get up there. That is a idea conceptually that I like. That I like. And then actually, hold on. The brain's working. Things are happening. What was the oil used for? Well, if it was First Empire, the oil was probably used for like running. It was either probably used for fishing or oil, and then the oil was used for running their mega machines. You know. Okay, so I smell smoke. I smell pennies. Okay, so they can get up on here from there. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place more of these buildings here. Place more of these. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. He's good. He's good. And how high do these go? Um, there's tall buildings. I'm pretty sure I can use those as well. No, not the double house. No. No, no, no. Incorrecto. E tower. Citadel's raised house. Figure out some. Got to be some way I can work, but even more than it already was. There's something I can do here. So I'm a cooking something up. I'm a cooking something up. Tall house. The tall house's stairway situation look like? To the side. To the side. Like it goes pretty far down. All right, we'll try the tall house and see how that goes. Not that one though. I need the square, tall house squared. Okay. Then all right, we're gonna mess with some of these and see what we can put together then. Okay, so we're gonna raise you up. Raise you up. Not floating at all. That's float. Fuck me. Back. Ew. Back. Hold on. We're gonna figure this out. Where are we building today? We are building in the Leviathan coast, up at the top left-hand side of the map. We're right here. Right here. At least the Cloud District is actually living up to its name. That's right. That's right. The Cloud District is in fact living up to its name. Is in fact living up to its name. I need to figure out this. There's some floating issues that we're dealing with, and we're gonna figure that out. I'm not super concerned about it. It's gonna bother me from an aesthetic state. This as well. So like we can, yeah, this is gonna require a little bit of chicanery, a little bit of work, little bit of work. But we're gonna figure this out because this actually doesn't clip that bad. Cool. Maybe. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Rotate you. Okay, so we're going to rotate you. I'm going to put you over here. I'm actually going to put you right here, and I'm going to rotate you. All right, hold on. Ideas are forming. Ideas are forming. Things are happening. My brain is actually working. Congrats on the latest podcast, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. Hero, when do you start adding the banana and coconut trees on top of the mountain that used to be an island in the middle of the sea? I don't know. Any lore for this place yet? Yeah, so my thought is that this is an I don't have anything crazy in depth for it yet. But my thought is that this is a multi-tiered city in that needs to be entirely self-sufficient. Much like with many of my builds, they have to be entirely self-sufficient because who the hell's leaving? Well, the only place to go from here is like you have to get through the Cannibal Plains. You know, not happening. So they're incredibly self-sufficient, using infrastructure that was left over from the first and/or second empire. And this city is isolated. They survive on animal byproducts and whatnot, and they have a heavily caste system, heavily tier-based system. So when you first come in, what is it? There's going to be the drags that do the farming and stuff down under here. That's the lowest class. You have the middle class, or like the lower middle class, in this residential slash kind of slummy district. It's not quite as nice as up here, but like way better than the people that are living in tents down there and farming. And then you have the upper district here, where like the merchant class, the nobility, people of high society, where they live. And then obviously this is the castle keep where the leader lives. This is yeah, it's good. Good. It was a main dock for the harpoon boats, but due to the mass overfishing of the grand fish, it got abandoned and repopulated by vagrants and rags. Exactly. Exactly. Everything you just said. Everything you just said. Um, Everything Logic just he knows. He gets it. He's a man of class, a man of culture. Man of culture. All right, so we're gonna rotate you just a tick. Just a tick. And we're gonna you over just a tick. And then you are actually going to bring this over here. So this is my brain at work right now. Things are happening. Things are happening. We're gonna bring you down, and we're gonna connect to the staircase right there. Boom. Boom. Ba-boom. And once I reload, that should work. And then honestly, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool little alcove there. Little thing there. I like it. It's simple, but it's nice. I like it. It's badass. And remember, up here we're not going for super compact like we are down below. This area is a little bit more open, a little bit nicer. I really like how this came out right now. This little like upward area here. That's cool. It's really cool. Really, really cool. We are going to scooch everything over a tiny bit, though. But I really like that. That's badass. Switch it over so you can get in there. Nice. Nice. It works. It just works. Todd is our Lord and Savior Todd Howard once said before his great fall from grace, it just works. And now we look to our humble Christ hunt for guidance and salvation. Now we look to Christ hunt for guidance and salvation. Praise be him. Praise be him. Have you ever thought about doing a tier list of your previous builds on which ones are the best and not the best? I've thought about it. The problem is that I can't save all, like I don't save them all. So after I'm done with the build and I get my footage and all my screenshots and all that stuff, when I do my next build, I usually save over the last one. Because Kenshi has an issue where if you have too many save files, your game starts to freak the fuck out. Also the save files for Kenshi can get pretty big depending on what you're doing on them. So I always have to be mindful of that. Okay, so we have just a little bit more in terms of engineering to do, and then I think this base will be pretty. We'll be able to start decorating and doing some of the excuse me, some of the smaller stuff, some of the more nuanced things, you know. Got a little bit more to go, and then we can start working on the more nuanced stuff, lighting and all that stuff. But no, we're looking good. It's looking good. It's looking real good. Looking real good. All right, so same with you. We're gonna scooch you over and scooch you over to the side here, and then kind of in the way of the stairs, which is a bit annoying. I'm gonna actually clip through. I'm actually gonna be walking in that part of the wall. There we go. Hard choice between this build and the dwarves build for the best. Yeah, I'm really trying to, especially recently, and I hope that it's kind of shined through in some of my builds, but like I'm really trying to make my builds even more ambitious, even more big, even more grand, really push the limits of the system. You know, I really want to show people like what the system can do if you really put your mind to it, because it's one of those things where, like, all jokes aside, the only real limit is your imagination, you know. How many bases can you safely make and furnish in one save file before it starts having problems loading regularly? I've had 5 or 6 bases at once before I started having some serious issues, but honestly, by your second or third in some cases, depending on the scale of them, and if you have them loaded all at once, like if you have one based in the Leviathan coast up here, and then you have another base down at the Fishman Islands, it's not going to cause too much of an issue because they're not going to be loading at the same time. But if you have a base here, and then a base here, and then a base here, and then a base here, you're going to start having some issues. You're going to start having some problems. So if you have multiple bases, I recommend putting them far enough away from each other that multiple bases aren't loading in at the same time. Yeah, yeah, I would I would be wary of doing that. I would be wary of doing such a thing. Okay, so now we're making some even more progress. Even more progress. Things are progressing. It's progressive. More squared. Uh, uh, you up. How long is this? Oh, not bad. Not bad. Actually, we use that to fill in quite a bit of the gap here. Not a lot of it, but a bit of it. Right there makes sense. And again, I don't want this area to be quite as tight as it is down below. This is like a wealthier area, and so like, well, it is still going to be a little cramped just because I have to, you know, make sure I'm utilizing the space as effectively as possible. And having too much open space is going to kind of like break up the vibe of the base. I do want to make sure I'm you know, giving some variation and whatnot. I'm debating if maybe I want to move this. If I want to keep this here, because the idea is like to have the walkway clear, but also I don't know. I think I'm down with having things be a little having the walkway be a little bit blocked. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. It's not like it's like a grand walkway, and I mean, look at the palace. You know, I don't think it's the end of the world. I kind of spread mine out. Fog Island, Shem, Gut, Green Beach, where my bases are currently. I built a shack at Stope's resting spot just as a map marker and a bed spot. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Always good to have multiple bed spots too. That's another thing. Always good to have multiple bed spots. Okay, so I think we're just gonna place maybe one more building, one or two more buildings up here, and then I actually like how this upper area has turned out for the most part. I just need to do something to kind of fill in a little bit of the space. Obviously we need our holy beep statue. Where's that? Hold on. Hold on. The most important thing has to be placed down. Everybody stop what you're doing right now. Everybody stop what you're doing right now. Obviously when you come in, you're gonna have to face the statue of beep. Boom. So you walk in and you have the beep statue. Naturally. Naturally. There it is. There it is. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, let's we're gonna save and reload to get all this stuff to be persistent, and then we're gonna start working on some of the other stuff now. We're gonna get once we put some decorations up top too, it'll look a little less like bland and flat. Because right now, part of the issue too is I think that it looks a little flat, which it is, but I think it'll look a little less flat and more put together once we reload in and start putting down some some decorations and. Where's the market though? The market's downstairs. The market's gonna be downstairs. I'm going to load the merchants live up here, but they have shops down there. The wealthy merchants live up here. There are merchants down below, but the wealthy merchants live up here. The good ones, the ones that are good. Swamp is hard on your PC. It keeps the computer warm in the winter. Yeah, I've done one base in the swamp, and I think I'll avoid it. I did one base building video in the swamp too, and it was honestly a giant pain in the ass. I think I crashed it 4 times. Performance was always a pain. It doesn't ever start out as a pain for me, but it quickly becomes one. It quickly becomes one. Um, not a huge fan. You should do a reimagined Catlon's palace if he's still sane in the current day. Kenshi prepping for war with the Bugmaster. That'd be interesting. I've always wanted to use the Ashland domes in a build. It's always been something that I thought would be cool to do. I also at some point, someone brought up in another in another live stream that I should try and remake some of the existing areas in towns, like spruce them up a bit. And I was thinking about redoing Tengu's Vault to be more like a prison, as like kind of the start for it. But yeah. All right. So now we have this stuff taken care of. This is done. So we're gonna start placing down some. We're gonna start placing down some stuff on the outside, some interior, some decor and whatnot. Actually, we should probably do the lower slums. Down here is where the industry is going to happen. We got industry down here, and then I think farming is going to be hydroponics. I think farming's hydroponics. I think down here is where industry is going to happen, like mining and shit like that. Ores. I'm going to be mining for ores and stuff like that, or processor, or mine. Yeah, so we're gonna have it's just gonna be nothing but industry down here. We're gonna put tents down as well. But I want this to be like this is a heavily industrialized area. This is where it happens. The people that live down here, these are like the people that don't see the light of day, like ever, like your average redditor. Yeah. Stone mine. Stone quality is not great down here, but if it's a hybrid mine that uses power, it should be fine. It'll dig it. Can you dig it? I can. I can. Yeah, stone's not great. They're gonna have a lot of iron though, but they also don't need a lot of stone. I don't imagine. I don't think that's something they need a lot of. We're gonna do the process. Everything's gonna be done down here from the processing, the whole nine. So we're just gonna get the process running. There's also some ore veins as well, right there. So we'll get that. Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's good. He's good. He's good. Oil. Is there any good oil spots down here? Yeah, we can get some oil too. I'm just gonna kind of place them around because again, I don't think this area would be like super well like they're not gonna like pay too much mind when placing these things down as to like, oh, where are people going to live and like all of that stuff. It's gonna be Oh, this is where this is where like the miners live. This is where like they are at, and we're gonna throw some tents down here, but they're gonna be the shitty tents, right? Like the we'll throw some of these mercenary tents down. These will be fine. I'm gonna have to manually move these into place, aren't I? Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right, so I'm gonna have to manually move those into place. That's fine. Do the old ones. So what we'll do is I'll get like 4 of them placed down. We'll get a couple of scrap tents. Place them down willy-nilly. Couple of bonfires as well. These I should be able to place with less issue. Couple of bonfires down there. Good. And then we're also going to place down some tents. All tent. That's a shitey tent. Um, Scrap tent. That better. No, I already used those. I already placed those down. Yeah, these are fine. Place down some scrap, some of these as well. And the idea is that the people that live down here are like just not they're just not taken care of. These are not people that are living their best life. No, sir. These are people that are living the life that was given to them. Hey, is that a dead beak thing? It is. It is a dead beak thing. Good. This is just Terrace from KOTOR, basically. Yeah, I made a joke earlier that I said I was making Coruscant. I did make the joke earlier that said I was making Coruscant. Um, we'll get a couple of tents in here. Just enough to keep people warm, not enough to make them happy. We'll move some of these tents around, actually. Medium tents, we'll throw you up here. Good. Yeah, I made the joke earlier that I was making KOTOR. Not KOTOR, that I was making Coruscant. Lined up. Good. This little bonfire. Good, 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 good. And then I'm also gonna throw like a really shitty I think these ones are fine. I'm gonna throw like a really shitty like makeshift fence down here as well. Like again, the people that live here are not they're not taken care of. They would make their own fence. Like this isn't a fence that was made for them. They threw it together. It's gonna be at like the lowest level like makeshift walls is the plan. This really crappy scrappy fence. And it's just enough to keep the enemies away. That's all it is. That's all it is. I'm gonna have to make one piece, and I think once I get it placed, I can manually move it. But uh, move you over. Yeah, this is just enough to keep it. Uh, keep them together. Okay, so yeah, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just instead of working through like the shift F12, I mean, like having to save, reload, and all that stuff. I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, you know what? Metal fencing could be fun too. It kind of fits the vibe, actually. That rusty barbed wire fencing. Yeah, that could be fun. What do we prefer? Hold on. How does that look? Yeah. Yeah, but they do need decent fences. You're right. You're right. You're right. They have beak things to contend with. They need fences of some kind. So like I think the makeshift fence makes sense. Barbed wire is not going to be strong enough. Um, yeah, we'll go with the makeshift fence. Because again, this is where like the lowest of the low live. The idea isn't to keep them alive. They work down there, and then they're easily replaced too. That's the other thing. They're replaceable. Um, so what we'll do is we will make makeshift walls, defensive walls, makeshift walls there, and I will manually move these into position, and that's fine. And then same here. I will, right here, we'll drag these over. And I'll manually move those into position. And then aim right here. Not strong, but high. Yeah, so that's my. I'll raise these up too, so they'll be, the a good height, and then we'll be all set. We'll be all set on that. Cool. All right, so then I'll use the Shift F12 to manually move those into position. I'll get them as high as they go, and we'll put them here. So they are not. Yeah, they're there to do a job, and they do the job. But they don't necessarily do it perfect every time, but they do the job. They keep the beakers out. That's all that matters. They keep the beakers out. We'll do some micro adjustments. It doesn't need to be straight per se. It just needs to be look okay. Nice. There, nice. It works. It just works. It just works. Up. All right, and then we'll leave this gap open, and this is where they come in and out, right? So they have to they come out of the city, they wrap around, and that's where they go. We're being actively attacked by shrieking bandits, the bases, which is really funny to me for some reason. If it's not beakers, it's shriekers, everybody. Not beakers, it's shriekers. All right, so that's there. We obviously need to fill that area in with rock still, which we will. Haven't gotten there yet. Right. Then these walls will actually get progressively higher. I'm actually going to rotate this one in a little bit. Nice. 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 I like this one. I'm really proud of this one. I'm excited for when it's done. I'm excited to get my screenshots later, like after the fact. I'm pretty proud of this one. Pretty proud of this one. Over a bit. Again, I've been really trying to make my base building videos more ambitious, more. I mean, that's the only word I can think of. Just more ambitious, you know. We also need to think about power. How are we going to do power? We have oil. Obviously, we're mining a little bit of oil, but that's not going to be enough to run it. What I think we can do require me to go and manually click every fucking building. I don't feel like doing that. Wind generator. Yeah. There we go. Let's. So I always the wind generators are one of those things. It's always funny because people are every time I am like dealing with them, everyone's like, just place them in the back, place them somewhere else, or like just like put a bunch of them in the back and that kind of stuff. I deliberately try to find places that I think would make like good like lore friendly spots for it. And so like one of the areas that I really like putting them at is on especially like when I'm using the lagoon platforms. The legumes is up on the corners here, and then I'll actually like mesh them with the build a bit to make them just look a little bit better. Problem is they rotate and you don't want the blades to hit anything. Yeah, so I always take that into account. I always take into account the blades like rotating and hitting things and stuff like that. Or I try to anyway, sometimes it's little easier said than done, but I do try to always take into account the blades rotating and hitting things. These upper ones probably aren't going to work because of the wall, but that's fine. Yeah, so I do try to take into account the blades rotating and hitting things. And this one I'll have to do some adjustments in its location and whatnot as well. And then throw one of these up here. Nice. Honestly, as stupid as it is, not a bad place to put one. Not a bad place to put one. On top of the tower. Not a bad spot. Not a bad spot. And then we could probably throw and line this up right here and then sink it down into the stone a little bit, and that'll help a bit too. Have them coming out of the bottom of the second tier at a 45 degree. Like downward or upward? Like 45, like 45 up this way or 45 down this way? Because both could be cool. Spiked upward. Okay. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Okay. Hold on. Ideas. Ideas. I like it. I like it. So what I'll do is I'll place these down. I'll put them on the pylons. And then I'll rotate them at a 45 degree angle. I'll nix these two for right now. Oh my god. Out of here. Okay. All right. So then wind generators, we're going to rotate you at a 45 degree angle. And we'll lower you down a little bit. So that way you're not super cockeyed. And we'll forward. Right there. Now that is a nifty fucking idea. That is a nifty fucking idea. Same thing, 45 degrees. Take. Down a little bit. Lower it just a little bit. Hell yeah. Very cool. Very fucking cool. Same deal, 45. The clipping isn't too bad either, which is really nice. That's really cool. Hell yeah. Really fucking cool. Go positive 45. Patient portion done. Oh shit. Not what I meant to do. Rotate. And then you actually need to get pushed back a little far out. Well, say 4. Lower you down. Good. You need to go forward a little bit more. And you can go inward a little bit more too. Hell yeah. Okay, so that's really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. All the blades are going to spin the right direction, in the same direction now. That looks really fucking cool. That looks really fucking cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Let's also deal with these pylons. I'm going to save it real fast. Let's deal with these pylons. Ugh, God, my neck. All right, let's get these pylons taken care of. Rocks. We need similar type of rock that's going to be here. Something's going to blend in. I don't know if I have any purple rocks in this section here. Suppose I can do large stone. How does that look? It's actually not that out of place, which is cool. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to rotate these, and I'm going to pile them up. I've done this a few times before in other builds, and it's not always my favorite thing to do, but it does at the very least like level the level things out of it, so that way they're not quite as not clipping quite as much. They're not floating quite as much. And I'll have to manually adjust it a little bit in the Shift F12, but for the most part, this will do. And it kind of, it looks realistic in the sense that like they're putting down these foundations. Maybe they'll like self-level it out with some stone and stuff like that. Oh, you better start counting after that pun because your days are numbered. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not my favorite, that's for sure, but it will do. It will do. And we can do the same thing on the other side. This one's far less dramatic though, thankfully. Rotate them. We rotate them out. They have light variation in their looks, right? Nice. Never thought of stacking platforms. Yeah, this was an idea that came to me literally in the middle of doing this. Like I was like, originally I was like one platform with a bridge, but there was the issue of the pylons being too, the pylons floating, and I was like, well, how can I fix that? Because I really want to put the bridge there. How can I fix the pylons floating? And the answer was clear: stack another fucking platform. That was the answer. So that's what we did. And then I got to put some more down here. I think this is the last one I got. The answer was clear. Don't get it twisted. The answer was clear. I have to manually move one or two of these into position. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, 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 oh. Thanks. Appreciate it. I do a really good trump, too. Okay, cool. So that's that. So the pylons are now secured. We got the foundations built up. That's really fucking cool. Power's taken care of. Farming is going to be hydroponics, so we don't have to worry about that, really. Industry is handled down below. And rocks the Kenshi equivalent of napkins at the diner to stop your table from rocking. Yeah, you nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Okay, so now we need to, I want to get some lighting taken care of. Lighting is going to be important. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys, but I'm using torch posts because, again, I can't justify it. I can't do it. I can't justify using, using power on something as foolish as lighting. Large torch post. Drop some of these up here. Drop them by every entryway. Goddamn lagoon platforms throwing me off my game. Fine. Fine. You have a dozen window generators. I think you can spare 1 power for light. I don't know. I honestly I like the ambient light that you get from the light post. To be honest with you, all jokes aside, I just think the light post look better. Aside from the power thing, because like that is a real issue that I have. Like I just think it's a waste of energy. I like I like cool like warm lights more. It makes the place feel homier. Would you even raid in the who would even raid you in the Leviathan coast? Cannibals, berserkers, shrieking bandits. I think with the shrieking bandit expanded mod, you might get shrieking bandits, but I think that's all you'll get. Do I have to raise these up still? Do I have to raise him up still? I might have to raise him up still. I think I might have to raise some of these guys up still. No, 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 no. That's the door. Yeah, that's the door. Okay, large street post. Yep, drop one right there. Two right here. One right there. One right there. 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 I find that 1 to 2 lamp torches by every door, and suddenly your base feels so much more alive. Does your wife does your wife leave all the lights on in the house? No. No. Actually, fun fact, if anyone leaves all the lights on in the house on accident, it's me. Which is really funny now that you say that, given my propensity for not using lights, electric lights in Kenshi. Given the circumstances, I may be somewhat of a hippogriff, but you know, what are you gonna do? You know, doctors make the worst patients. Every therapist needs a therapist, and Hero leaves the lights on and then bitches about using energy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Such is life. All right, and then I'm gonna have to have Sekiro run down there for the other one so I can get better angle. Open that door. Go fight these guys. Fight the Shrieking Bandit, Sekiro. Do it. Fight that guy too. Kick his ass. Kick his ass. Do it. Keep on kicking his ass. All right, get out of there. All right, now I just need you to come. No, 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 no. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You need to do as I say. Do as I say. Hop on over here. Gotta drop a couple of torch posts. Lights. Lights. Camera. The hero we need, not the hero we deserve. That's what it is. That's what it is. Funny. It's funny. It's funny. It's all a good time. I think this is the last building I have to put torches down for, at least down on the bottom level. Oh, no, 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 no. Shift F12 build menu. I have no building supplies, so I have to use the Shift F12 build menu because I'm poor. Large torch post. Drop you right there. Drop you right there. Magnificent. I think that should be everywhere. Yeah, that's all. That's all the ones down here anyway. It should cover down here. So now we have the fun job of placing down market stalls. Well, actually, let's do the lighting up here first too. Let's get that taken care of. You know, here's what we'll do. Here's my placation for you, okay? We did torches down below. We will do electric lights up above. We'll do electric lights up above. All right? There's my placation for you. You know, it's weird. Hyper soldiers have a hammer-shaped head, and yet they do not get an engineer bonus. You would think that the shape of their head would serve practical purposes, if not to wear a helmet. Okay. So then, yeah, we'll do electric lights up top. The rich can afford the lights. All right. There's my placation for you. The rich can afford the lights. Let's see if we can find ones that aren't fucking ludicrously don't cost a ludicrous amount. Oh, wall torches. That's fun. I always forget that I have these. These are a thing. Fun. Okay. City lamp posts. Straighten those up. We'll do some of these. Bro's using at least a little electrics. I know. I know. Listen. I know. We'll do a little bit of electrics. Not a lot, but we'll do a little. Gotta find a place to strategically put them that I think is going to work out well. The electric lights will give the visual disparity. Electric lights are blue and more subtle. The orange wooden torches. Yeah, no, it's gonna. The place is gonna. I want you. One of the reasons why I'm doing it is that I think that you'll be able to really see the visual difference between the classes. You know, like it's gonna really spell it out for everyone in terms of the class difference. Like right there's a good one. And yeah, then what we'll do is we'll also do torch. We'll do electric torch post. So 2 along the walkway to the palace. Nice, nice. All right. All right. So now we have those, and then actually I should be able to. I'll drop one of these right here as well. Your side. That door is gonna click into that, so I got to be careful about that. Follow the. Okay. Got to make sure they're even. Are they even? I wonder if my light addiction or why bandit raids happen every 15 seconds. Now that I think about it, maybe I should cut it down a little bit. Maybe. Maybe I'm not the foolish one here. Okay. All right, we're going to save. We're going to reload. And we're going to see, lights, camera action. All right. Load. We'll update all the buildings and the nav mesh to make sure everything works properly. Update all the lights. And then once nighttime comes, we'll be able to see this place in full swing. Full swing. Wait for it to finish loading. They'll probably see it from 20 miles away and say, yeah, they got to be rich. I mean, that would do it. That would do it. To be fair, you'd probably see this base from 20 miles away just in general, even aside from the lights. Where's Sekiro going? He's doing stuff. Oh, he's repairing doors is what he's doing. All right, come on in here, good buddy. So everything works. Everything works. The nav mesh works. All the buildings work. The stairs work, which is a big one. Really stoked about the stairs working. Yeah, really, really stoked about the stairs working. We can also update our defenses. That's another thing we got to update as well. Drop a few more harpoons. Defenses. All right, we're going to do multi-barreled harpoon turrets, harpoon auto turrets with lights, because of course we are. And we're going to slap just a couple out back here as well. And you know what? We're going to slap on these back corners as well. So we're going to do here. I I think that's good. I think that's good amount of turrets for this base. That should be enough to fight off most threats on the outside. Plus, it'll be cool because from up here, I would imagine that since they're primarily a hunter, like a hunter-based society, right? They hunt hunt Leviathan. They're just up here taking pot shots at Leviathans with their multi-barreled auto harpoon turrets. So the Leviathan just walk by and they just stand up there and they're just fucking going at it, and then people go down there to collect. That's when these folks that live down here come out to they clean up the mess and loot the bodies and all that stuff. But the city guards up top, or the nobles or whoever it is, are just up top on their auto harpoon turrets, just firing down at Leviathans. That's where they get their food. And then the dregs will go out and collect the winnings. And then on occasion, depending on if the nobles are feeling douchey, if the rich are feeling douchey, maybe they'll fire an accidental pot shot at one of the dregs. Oh no, I thought he was a Garu. He wasn't a Garu. He was Jim. He was Jim. I'm gonna see if I can share a Steam screenshot here to show what my Shem base looks like at night. It's quite bright. Jesus. How do I get that harpoon job? Sounds chill as fuck. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Shoot the babies first. That's the answer with the harpoons. They're smaller. They have lower health. Is this Minas Tirith? To be honest, this is kind of Kenshi Minas Tirith. Although there is a better version of Kenshi Minas Tirith that is on Steam. I showed it in my what is it? My Stove City build. Yeah, I showed it my Stove City build. I have to update this this citadel here, this ancient lab, to be in my territory. It's not currently owned by me, but that's fine. I could just do a town placement. We'll be fine. Yeah, so there's a much better Minas Tirith than this one, but no, this is pretty cool. I really dig this. I'm for it. Okay, so now the last thing we need to do before obviously seeing it at night is we need to decorate it. We need to make the exterior look nicer, and in order to do that, we should be dropping merchant stalls and stuff like that. So hell yeah, merchant stalls. We're gonna put a bunch of them down here. Really try to like make this place look a little bit more busy, a little bit more lively. Look like people are doing stuff down here. So we're gonna throw a bunch of these all over the place to fill the streets up. Just to fill the streets up. Drop a ton of them. We're going to start up here because I don't have to do any fancy trickery or camera work to get this area working. So we're just going to drop a bunch of these here. And then there's other variations as well that we'll go through, and we'll stick in some of the corners. Really just try to fill the place out. Nice. Weird how all the signs do the medieval tavern thing. None have words, only pictures. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's because you want the sign to be You want the sign to be understandable to even idiots. Especially for like bars and stuff, right? Like, yeah, you got to assume that the alcoholics aren't going to be able to read all that stuff. Like, you want pictures because you want it to be identifiable to even those who can't read, even those who don't know how to read. That's the general idea. It should be identifiable and whatnot for everyone. Where's the hangout points for chatting and drinking? Well, we haven't quite gotten that far yet. Who knows? We don't know yet. Some of these are saloons, like these corner buildings here with the corner doors. Those are saloons. Those are technically there. Maybe I'll put some signs up too. Maybe I'll put some signs up. He's up against some buildings here. Drop some of these. Good, and then these will add quite a bit of variation to the buildings as well, and to the area as well. Make them feel a little bit more alive. We'll do the interior here in a minute. I just wanted to get some of the exterior stuff done while it's over here and still a bit easier, you know. Okay, so now those are down. It's already starting to feel a bit more lively, a bit more populated, right? Like let's dip out of here and okay, so let's fly through in free camera mode. Kind of see what I'm saying. So like it already starting to feel a bit more lively with the torch posts and with um, you know, the market stalls and all of that. It's already starting to feel a bit more alive. Ignore that shrieker just beating on that door. Ignore that. But like it's already starting to feel a little bit more lively and less like clean now that you have those market stalls. So those are huge. Really change things up. Love that. Love that. And then another thing we can do is we can drop some like little furniture. Sorry for that noise. I accidentally just took a screenshot. Um I'm hesitant to look at that base logic. I'll check it out in a couple of minutes. I'll dig back through the stuff and check it. I can only imagine how bright it is, oh my lord. All right, so one of the other things we can do, excuse me, is we can place down like tables and stuff like that and have people sitting at tables and benches, and we can place down animal cages. This is another one, right? We got animal cages. There's beakers down there. You know, maybe they're capturing Garu, maybe they're capturing beakers. We can put down animal cages. Maybe we put the animal cages in the interior, in back here, but we can put down a couple in here too. We can put a couple in here too, where you know maybe they're capturing animals and locking them up, for whatever reason, you know. And maybe we drop another couple of cages. Maybe we drop another cage over here. Drop one right there. Boom. Couple right here, right along the ledge. Couple of cages. Now we got cages. All right. The ideas are forming. The economy is forming. The ideas are forming. The base is coming alive. Things are looking nice. They're looking tight. Wait. It looks like someone started a caravan post years ago and it just kept growing into a town. Very lore inspiring. I'm excited to see it, Logic. I'm excited to see it. I am quite stoked to see it. Okay, so I need Sekiro to get down into the lower section of nope, not dismantle, that's not what I wanted. Open the base. Open the gate. Okay, so you need to come down here because I need the camera to be locked on him while I do some of this stuff. Thank God. See, this is why I picked Sekiro, because even when the Shriekers are being annoying, um, he just whips their ass. Like what they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing to him. All right, exterior. Go down to these market stalls. Where are they at? Market stalls. Market stalls. There they are. So we're gonna place some of these over here as well. Build the place up with market stalls. Make it look nice. Make it look pretty. Make it look good. Right here. That spot a little bit. And we can also put some along this wall here, along the post. We're going to utilize that post. Put stuff along that. There. And we'll also put on one of these right over here. Good. See. Along the gate. I think that's cool. It's a good spot for him. And this is the area you see when you first walk into the base too. So like this area is going to be heavily influenced by like the economy and all of that stuff. We want to make sure that this area is especially flush with avenues for economy and all that stuff. You walk in, and when you first walk in, you want the central area of your city when you first come in to be a heavy tourist area, a heavy area of e-commerce and all that stuff. As soon as people come into your city, it should be where they're spending money. That's always the goal. Okay, so next we same deal, market stalls. We're gonna get a couple more over here. Here. You right there. I like that. That's good. Thing right here. We'll just try you. Good. There. Looks solid. I like it a lot. And then install. And nice. Nice. So you first come in, you got all these market stalls. Place feels a little bit more lively. It's a buzz with energy. We got, you coming through, you got obviously like streakers here. Take care of that. All right, so you come through here, and yeah, I mean it's just looking alive. It's looking alive. It's gonna be nighttime too soon, which is gonna be really cool. We're gonna go up top now because I think down here it looks pretty solid. I like the way it looks. Um, it's good. It's got a good vibe to it. Got a nice vibe to it. Now we gotta set up here. So we're gonna look at some of the things we can do up here, and then we're gonna wait for nighttime, and we're gonna see how it looks with all these lights on because it's gonna look hot. It's gonna look hot. All right. There's new rear. Am I on bridges right now? I thought that I am on bridges. I thought I was on exterior. No, I am on exterior. It's just weird shit. Okay, fair enough. I don't imagine there's going to be too many market stands up here. Instead, I think it's going to be more like decorative. It's going to be like, maybe, how are we looking for plants? How are we looking for plants? Grapevines? Interesting, interesting. Do I have potted plants in here? Is that a thing? I think I have potted plants. Plants. Just swore I had potted plants. Maybe not. Maybe not. I could have swore I had potted plants, but I guess not. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, plant pots. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, potted plants. Fortunately, it's cockeyed as hell, which is gonna be really annoying. Yeah. Hell yeah, guys, we have potted plants. You know what that means? We can make this place look nice and fancy with a bunch of bonsai tree and shit. Now, I'll warn you, this is fresh territory for me. I didn't know. I forgot completely that I even had potted plants. Do they follow religion? No, no, they're whipped. No. The hivers are whipped. They are whipped. White whipped. Whippy. Whip it good. That's them. Yeah, no, the hivers are all about the queens. They're all about the queens. That's all they're there for. Bad. Any of those trees that are shrubs, grass, shrubs, big tree, medium. They're nice. Giant bigwood tree. Interesting, interesting. Alms. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We're gonna go stick with the big tree though. I think that'll look good with the big tree. We're gonna stick some more of these around the place. Yeah. All right, so we've got potted plants around here, which is not something that I was expecting to do on this build, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't think I've ever used potted plants before. This is the first. See how they turn out. Hey, look. Interesting. Interesting. What other do we have? We have ferns. We have ferns. We have ferns. Throw some ferns in some places. Throw some ferns in some corners. In a lot of places, just some places. Some places. And then I think we're gonna do a little bit of market stalls in the up here. Not a lot, but they still do industry. You know, they're still doing buying and selling. This is primarily a residential area, but I do imagine there is a bit of buying and selling happening. Not a lot, but some. 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 Do you have any wells built for the farmers? I do not. There's rain up here, isn't there? There's rain in the Leviathan coast. It's been a while since I come up here. I don't come to the Leviathan coast that often. Because it's just not really a ton to do other than hunt Leviathans and search some of the ruins, but the ruins aren't usually particularly worth it in terms of in my opinion. In my humble opinion, the ruins aren't typically worth it, but I'm pretty sure it rains like crazy up here, doesn't it? Someone tell me the weather patterns. Confess your woes to me. In which case, I'll put some like rain collectors out and about. Yeah, all right. So we got some potted plants, we got some ferns, we got some stuff going on. Let's put some rain collectors down since we're gonna need those. We're gonna need them. Rain collectors. I always expect Leviathan Coast ruins to be goated and was so disappointed when I looted them. Yeah, that's kind of my issue. That's kind of my issue. I always expect them to be way cooler than they are. Always expect them to be a hell of a lot cooler than they are. Slap a couple of rain collectors down because we are going to need those. Got to fit them in spots that it's going to look like organic. It's going to look like it belongs. Good. Good. Wall there. Yeah, so a couple rain collectors go down. We'll also drop some up here again. Spots where it looks organic, where it looks like it belongs. Makes sense. The crevices. Just kind of use it to fill in some of that backspace. And then they can still obviously have their sources of water, which is important. Water's important, I've been told. Right. All right. All right. So now we have some rain collectors now, so that's taken care of for that. And then yeah, I think we're looking good. We're looking good. I could do some storage as well for water, I think. Some water storage. Mayhaps. Uh Farming. Large water tank. Water tank. And we'll throw some of this stuff up. Uh we'll put some of this stuff in some of this. Again, just fill in some of that excess space. Just fill in some space. And obviously the nobles have to have their water as well. So they'll have their own water tank, their own water tower. The rich, fancy people water tower. This is where the fancy water comes from. All right, this is where the Fiji water's at. Fiji water. This is where they keep it. Cool. Guys, I feel pretty fucking set. I feel pretty good about this space here. So now we're just gonna wait till nighttime. We're gonna see how it looks. See how it looks. Sekiro, get up here. Yeah, yeah. Guys, I feel pretty fucking good about it. I think it looks badass. There's the rain. Those rain collectors are getting put to work. Alright, these lights should kick on any minute now. When they do, this place is gonna get lit up like fucking Christmas. Wait for it. Hell yeah! Alright, so now let's Alright, so now we're on normal speed. And I think this place looks fucking sick. Look at it. Walk through here. The streets are kind of tight down here. It's good. 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 It's all good. Flowing. How do you get in exactly? That would be the rear gate over here. Yeah, so getting in, you have the full experience. You come over, you see the city. You're like, God damn. You flow in. Okay. Come in through the main gate over here. Customs is in here. This is where they search you. All right, this is when they search you. They check you. They check your bags. You go into the city. Boom, you're in. You're in the city. You're moving about. Looking good. Looking good. Solid stuff. Good. Go up to the roofs of some of the buildings. Check it out. Boom. This is one of the roofs of the buildings that's actually accessible. See other parts of the city, all that stuff. Come back down. Line up, and then you go up through here. Walkway up through here. And then, boom, you are in the upper district. And notice how it's a lot quieter up here. A lot quieter up here. A little bit calmer. A little bit more peaceful. Okay? A little nicer. Buildings, they got a little bit more stability to them. They're reinforced. They look good. Upper buildings. From up here, you can see almost the entire upper city. It's good. Real good. All right, you got the lights. They're lighting the place up. Everything's good. Sekiro's there. He's living his best life. And then you come over here, and from on this bridge, okay, this is a view that only those of the upper class get to see. You get all the view here. You can see the Leviathans roaming, probably being shot at. You know, the Leviathans roaming in the distance. From over here, you get a nice view of. I mean, look at that view. That's breathtaking. That's a breathtaking view. Can you imagine like coming out here at night and just beautiful, 10 of 10. And you come on up, and obviously this is the palace where I don't know if this is a palace where maybe somebody lives per se. I kind of like the idea that it's like a locked ancient vault. And the city was kind of built around it, like no one goes up there. Kind of similar to the ancient lab in Morn, just kind of locked. But like, yeah, I mean this is nice. This is nice, a nice space. And the Leviathan Slayers are based right there. Fun fact. So the Leviathan Slayers just live right outside the town, which is really cool. Guys, I'm for it. I think that looks badass. Yeah, I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm gonna take a screenshot because that is tight. That is real tight. Yeah. That's it, guys. That's it. Oof, she's nice. I'm probably gonna end up posting some screenshots of this on Reddit because, yeah, you know, you guys are gonna be stuck here while I'm getting my screenshots. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I'm gonna fly around real quick and get some screenshots. Real good. Real good. Yeah, the multi-tiered look is easily one of the coolest things that I think I've ever done. Super into this. And it's fully functional, which is badass. really nice screenshots. I like taking the pictures at night too. I think it adds to the ambiance. Looks really good. Staggered lagoon platforms is very interesting. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Picture over here. Yeah, you guys are going to have to sit here for just a minute while I'm getting my screenshots. I'm actually really proud of this one. Really proud of this one. I like it. That's a good one there. And then I think this is a good one as well. Yeah, tiered lagoon platforms. Definitely can't say that it was what I was planning on, but it worked out. It worked out. And the upper class walls can protect against sandstorms. Yeah, yeah. I mean yeah, it's got a lot of efficiency, that's for sure. There's a lot of efficiency to it, to the way that it's constructed. I am yeah, I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Nice. This has been fun, guys. This has been fun. Now I gotta get one last screenshot that I can use for the thumbnail, because I'm gonna end up changing the thumbnail. What do you guys think we should name this piece? What do you think we should name this base? What do you think we should name it? Because it's gotta have a good name. It's something that really draws attention to it. What do you think? Kira, can you do me a favor? Can you put a single welcome mat carpet at the town gate? I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely do that. Town gate is right there. Let's put a single welcome mat carpet. All right, we're gonna have Sekiro go back down. Cathedral of Christ Hunt. What is this? What is this? Cloud Lagoon. The Cloud Lagoon. City of Titan. Nice one. All those are good. All of those are good. All of those are good. All of those are good. The Bastion. That is a tech hunter with a backpack. Wait, they have backpacks? Say what? I didn't know that Ironsides had backpacks, or could have backpacks. My mind has been boggled. Okay. All right. So far, I like the Cloud Lagoon. I like the Bastion. Zephyr Heights is pretty good. Although Zephyr Heights does sound like kind of sounds like a ritzy neighborhood, like a ritzy neighborhood. Single welcome mat. Need a single welcome mat. Interior carpet. You mean like a carpet? I don't think I have a welcome mat. I can put a carpet down. Yeah, I can put a carpet down. Is that good? Just a simple old carpet. Okay, yeah, carpet. Carpet is. Oh shit. Was it gonna let me? Might not let me, because it's usually has to be placed interior. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. There we go. Boom. Single carpet. Just for you. Single carpet just for you. The Leviathan citadels. I've used citadel a couple of times in my names on my build videos. I gotta get away from the citadels. Although, what is it? Leviathan Heights might be cool. That's cool. Glorious Workers Paradise. Welcome to North Korea. Um. I'm really struggling with this one. What do we name it? The Bastion's really cool. Bastion's really cool. Leviathan Heights is really good too. Um. Poseidon Energy. I didn't see that one at first. That's funny. um. What is it? It's BP. It's BP oil. BP oil. Good name for a town based entirely on social class. New Detroit. Titans Rise. Ooh, Titans Rise is good. Um, Leviathan's Rise could be cool too. I think that one's pretty cool. I like the vibe of it all. Yeah, Leviathan's Rise could be pretty cool. Last Stand. Last Stand's already taken, Artie. Last Stand's already taken, Artie. Last Stand is already taken. Hmm. Those damnable Shek. I know. How dare they? How dare they? Leviathan. Just name it simply Leviathan. Independent capital of the North. That's nice. That's good. It's good. Well, either way, I'll figure it out. These are some good suggestions. We're gonna dig on it. We're gonna dig on it. Um, yeah, these are some good ones. I like these. I like these. But anyway, that is all the time I have, everybody. This has been an incredibly successful a successful build. I'm glad that you guys liked it. Very ambitious. I'm incredibly happy with it. And yeah, I appreciate you guys taking the time to sit with me. I'm glad that you guys liked this. I wanted to do something that was a little different, a little bit more tame, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Um, what was the peak view count? 177. It was around there. It was around there. We peaked. I think we peaked at like 160 something for a while. It was good. Yeah, no, it was good. But that's all the time I have, everybody. As always, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And I don't have another part for this one tonight because I'm actually quite tired. But yeah, thanks for stopping in. I hope you guys enjoyed. Nice little chilled out build stream. So I'll be doing more of these in the future. You guys seem to like it. I enjoyed it. It was fun to have some conversation while I was putting these together. So cool. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Nugget Mafia. See you then.